we are again, like the first time, but forever. No, I'm kidding. Look who made it. Laura is here. Tom is here. I showed up as well. It's thrilling.
Of my using.
Let's see. I've still got an ad on my TV. But
Same.
Yeah. The long ads. There. Now. So, here we are. And we're going to talk about health and hygiene. I know. That subject is always like, aren't we supposed to grow to be like, So, the reason I'm excited about it is I essentially have the equivalent, practically, of a minor in fostering self-efficacy in human beings. And what self-efficacy is the concept that when you meet adversity, when you experience difficulties, as a person, your initial reaction is, okay, how do I solve this, or how do I get around this problem? Rather than throwing up your hands and saying, oh, well, this is just my life now, it is hell. Because that is called learned helplessness. Okay, so essentially my personal area of study when I was getting my degree in psychology and education was specifically in how to foster that feeling, that self-efficacy of I can do it, or I can find people who can help me do it. That essentially when you encounter adversity, your first thought is, how do I solve this? How do I fix it? Not just giving up. And because that area interested me a lot. Partly because I've definitely experienced that in my life, but also because while I wasn't really experiencing that sensation as much in my early to mid-20s when I was getting my degree, I noticed that pretty much all the rest of my family, however, was still experiencing that. There was a lot of learned helplessness going on. Hello, Nia. Hello, Maggie. Hello, Cool Gamer. Hello, CB. Hello, all the lovely people. And Tom in the chat doing double duty because he knows I like to say it. Yes. Thank you for the otter. I love the otter too. I thought for today's episode, the otter felt appropriate. So what I like about health and hygiene is it very much ties into my interest in self-efficacy, because health and hygiene is truly, how do you take care of yourself? And here, let's tell you all the things we've learned through empirical studies, through anecdotal, but well-researched anecdotal evidence, and so on, of how you can improve your own health and the health of those directly around you, particularly if you're responsible for young people. How you can do that, or older people for that matter, how you can do that in a way that is doable, is easy to do, to enact.
I've found that when mental health starts to go, hygiene is one of the first things to go for me.
Oh, definitely. I absolutely agree.
Yeah. So,
and understandably, for a couple of reasons, it's not like one reason, like, oh, you just don't feel like it. It's also because physical movement tends to actually feel much more difficult. There has been some evidence that when people are dealing with serious mental health struggles, their immune system starts attacking their joints a bit more. For no other apparent reason than their brain chemistry may be a little wonky. The immune system goes a little wonky itself and starts attacking the body. Hence, essentially, there's generalized inflammation, and it feels like, every movement is slightly more difficult. Everything hurts a little more. It feels like, you're walking through molasses. To do anything, let alone to bathe yourself or dress yourself or fold your laundry, all of this movement feels a bit more difficult, a bit more painful.
And since your immune system's now acting up and your inflammation is higher, your energy level drops because it's getting used up elsewhere.
Right.
So again, it then also becomes more of a chore to do it versus it used to be just so easy of, this is part of what I do every day. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, I can shower.
Hello, Spence. How are you doing? So, I did actually get a lot of my weather talk out backstage before the show. But if you would like to share with us how the weather is in your neck of the woods, I'm still very much interested in how everybody's weather is. Like, make no mistake, I will always be a weather geek, and I like it that way. It was a world changer when our local cable station started carrying the Weather Channel on the basic, because we only ever had basic cable, like basic. You know, just the local channels they were legally required to offer at a low price by the federal government. It is currently 57 degrees in our neck of the woods, and it looks like we have a 99% chance of rain today. So, yes, it looks like the rain is about to come in looking at the map.
It's like, what is that 1%?
There's 1% of this area that will not be experiencing rain somehow. The clouds will part.
It'll be hail.
The clouds will part around it as it goes over to go east.
This is what happens when you upset the weather witch.
So Spence says, we're using the snow as a beverage cooler today. That's our weather. I love it when it's cold enough to use the outdoors as another refrigerator. Mm-hmm. And yes, I have made more than a few Jell-O salads outside. Back when my mother was alive. Back when Mom was still around, being a Midwesterner herself, she insisted it's not a holiday meal without a Jell-O salad. So I'd have to make a Jell-O salad that only she would eat.
But she was so happy eating it.
Yeah, she did. Oh, I would make the best Jell-O salads for one person. But yeah, you know, all the ice is finally melted, Nia says. Okay. Yay. Are you still dealing with the cold, though? Out of curiosity.
It's still snowing.
I know. I loved it.
Laura was showing
us her window backstage. It was like, it's so romantic. Since nobody has to go outside. Like, if Laura had to go out and I'm not all of that on the sidewalks, I'd be like, oh no, that's terrible. I'm so sorry.
Hopefully it'll have stopped by the time I walk Roy tonight.
Spence, if you come to our house, do I need to make another Jell-O salad?
Jell-O jigglers!
Jigglers are way better. I will eat a jiggler. I love making Jell-O jigglers.
Did you have any of those cool molds for them?
I just
like the Halloween ones.
I mean, like, I have an enormous collection of cookie cutters, which is surprising considering I don't like to roll dough. But yet, you never know. And while yes, I did in fact pay quite a bit of money to have a very nice sized state of Mississippi cookie cutter, because you never know when you're going to need to make Mississippi cookies, right? To teach my students where.
And if you're lazy, you just flip it over, and there's Alabama.
Almost.
Alabama doesn't notice.
They'll never know.
The only cookie cutters I have are Star Wars, Christmas, and some little florals.
I have a very generous sized tote of cookie cutters. And
so does my mother. But we would use them with Play-Doh.
Yes. Gumdrop molds. I will be honest. I just use sugar on a cookie sheet and stick my finger in, and then that's what the gumdrops go in. Like I do it old school. Because that's apparently not that different from how they actually used to use it. That's why gumdrops would always come sugar encrusted. It's because they were set in sugar, and then they just made the indentions and then dropped the gumdrop stuff in.
It's kind of a...
Yes.
Nia says it's 52 degrees, and they say snow next weekend. Aw, I'm so sorry. Send me a picture of your very, very tiny snowman, though, if you make one. Or at least
remember that picture you took of that father and son, 8 years ago now or whatever, with just, they came up from the coast because they heard there was snow up here, and, the kid's like, I never get snow. So they drove up here and, played in the snow and then made this cute little, 2-foot snowman.
On a car hood. I don't think it was their car. If I recall correctly, it was not.
I have a photo of my first ever snowman I built when I moved to Canada.
Oh, you do? Yeah. Well, if you'd like to share, we'd like to see.
I need to figure out which journal it's in real quick.
I am literally looking. There it is.
I love Spence's. I have too small a tote of cookie cutters. I want more, lol. There's 1,000 in my Amazon cart. Versus Nia's like, oh, I have so many molds. I have so many. Now
Yeah,
we need to go
I've
make
even
treats.
like she may not be my mother-in-law anymore, but I still have the cookie molds she gave me, the more traditional ceramic cookie molds. Okay. Yes, so I did do when I was in photojournalism. It snowed, and I took pictures of that. We went out, and I can show you these pictures that I took. So this one's called 25th Avenue Snow. Guess where I was? I was on 25th Avenue in my town.
Jeez.
This is the corner market. It's a grocery store down here. Because I was practicing what they call weather art.
Well, our interpretation of weather art.
I know. Come on. Here he is. Look at this cute little kid.
Oh, cute.
Look at him. Look at this happy child. He's like, look, I made a big ball. Oh, he's so cute. What a little cutie patootie.
He was also taking snow back to go share with his friends.
Yeah, they were going to drive it back so he could share it with his friends. There it is. Okay. So, okay, there's a bigger one, and he's got a whole snow family there. And they did ask me to take pictures with my nice camera and email them, so I did email the dad these pictures. Let's see, did I get... Yeah, there we go, bigger. That's right. Just out there in a parking lot. There he is. At a corner in a mall.
Look, we all got goals as kids, and one of them is snow.
And his father said like that we could put these in the local newspaper if they picked it up. He gave me permission to do so. But isn't he just the cutest kid? And his name is Dakota. Yeah. And then there's the dad.
I mean, they were really having so much fun.
John and Dakota. Look at this kid with his big ball. He's like, oh, my friends are going to be so happy.
I love Nia.
Yeah, the kid understood the assignment. That face, that is the face of joy. I said to the dad, I bet the gas driving up and back down is totally worth it. He's like, yes, it is absolutely worth the gas.
Well, I can't find it, but I found a different one.
So, yeah, there they are. I mean, the dad was thrilled with these pictures.
This was a snowman I found on my run once.
Oh.
Just little stick arms.
I think this is the last picture, and then I'll make yours bigger. So so let me make you a little big. There we go.
Yeah.
Aw, look at that. That's
my journal.
Little Laura's first snowman.
So the snowman I found on my run.
So cute. But yeah.
I can't find mine though, because mine I put a stick as a mustache. It was genius.
And that was back in 2008, as my pictures denote. That was when we had, not the ice storm I was talking about, but that was the previous time it snowed, was the snowstorm. So I think the entire country was encased in snow that time. Because, everybody in the entire country, and Canada, I assume, has to be encased in snow for us in South Mississippi to get snow instead of ice or freezing.
I think that was the first, polar vortex.
Yeah, like a continental blizzard or something. Anyway.
Well, the polar vortex, it was the first time it ever dropped
that far
down to the literal Gulf Coast of North
it went
America.
all the way down to the Gulf. So, but thank you for reminding me of Tom. I haven't thought about John and Dakota in years, but I had come across it recently of no, wait, I have all of my assignment pictures from photojournalism class.
Yeah, I love Spence is, if I hit my better goals for February, I get to buy an antique mold or accessory off Etsy. I'm very determined.
Nice. Well, I'm rooting for you. So, that brings us to, so health and hygiene does include mental health. It includes physical health. It includes all the health, the emotional health. Again, like we do every episode, boundaries are real, and we need to do our best to learn about them, to respect their others, but also to learn to build and demand respect for our own boundaries.
Including from ourselves.
Yes, from ourselves. That means keeping it to ourselves. Even when we have so many reasons why not to, including sleep.
Sleep is not just for the weak.
Right? Sleep is for the living.
Yes.
They're finding some interesting reasons, too, why people stay up. It actually activates your serotonin 2 receptors. So it may actually, part of the reason to stay up is part of like trying to compensate for your health is decreased.
What gives you more time for hobbies? So it's like, sure, I'll keep reading this fanfic. Oh, it's 2 a.m. I guess I'll just keep going.
I mean, hobbies used to be a really important part of being a person, at least in the Western world. And we've really
and it
lost...
wasn't just something for the rich or middle class. Hobbies, something everyone had. Even people who were, unhoused or homeless. I hear it's controversial, the terms, which just mean we're transitioning to new words. But, people who are having to live transient lifestyles for whatever the reason. Everybody had hobbies. Because it's kind of a form of play. And play is where we learn. Play is where we derive a lot of happiness. It's really necessary to play, especially if you can play without hurting others.
And that's actually a similar reason to, why people stay up late.
Yep.
I mean, Spence, really, this is one of the most common reasons people stay up late. Is why sleep when you can be by yourself for another few hours, when you don't have to worry. Nobody really knocks on your door at 2 a.m. So
or at least nothing good. You don't have to answer that door.
So also
Roy
people
says
feel a little bit safer and, more comfortable later at night.
Mm-hmm.
And again, that's actually part of what hobbies helps with, because you're going to get your brain and body are going to find a way to get those essentials it needs one way or another, whether it's in a healthy, manageable way or an unhealthy, not so great way.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, no, I'm getting what I need. If you're not doing it by choice, I'm going to take it. And again, that's why you work on those boundaries. So yeah, those hobbies, the play, things you enjoy, feel safe and comfortable doing. There is no request for snacks at 2 a.m.
True.
And so, but also just accept that, like, one of the hardest parts of developing those boundaries with yourself is stop using shame. Shame only hurts. Shame is never a beneficial...
There is no constructive use of shame. Because shame interrupts the healing process. Shame interrupts the grieving process. It interrupts a lot of really necessary mental processes that humans have developed over millennia. And so shame is like, it's like a creativity killer. It kills, but it's not just creativity. It kills any kind of growth. All growth. All humans need to grow, because stagnant is malignant. So, like, while I would normally say, like, most emotions totally fine and, they have their uses, shame is one of those, at least so far in psychology research, that we really haven't found any good uses for shame. Embarrassment, yes. Interestingly enough, we have actually found some good uses for the emotional experience of embarrassment, but not for shame. So, if you are experiencing sensations of shame, just keep in mind that this is not a safe place to dwell. If it's at all possible for you to distract yourself, please do so from shame. Distracting yourself from other feelings, no, it's okay to feel uncomfortable or even sad. But shame is one of those that I'm going to say, nah, just go ahead, find something to distract. Change your mental thinking. Go do something else. Go watch something else. Because shame is not constructive. Yeah. And I say that as somebody who experiences shame. In fact, I experienced it last night when I had an actual mental meltdown. And as I was coming out of it, was then all this shame about being at my age and still having meltdowns, even though I was doing my best not to hurt anyone else in my meltdown. So I was trying to separate myself from everybody else and all this. And I still experience shame for just having it. Like my face is getting red at the memory of how I felt yesterday. So, as I said, it's not a safe space to be in. So it's one of those of definitely pick up your phone, start looking at games or whatever you normally do to distract yourself when you're experiencing the sensations of shame. Later, when you feel a bit more level-headed, you can like start investigating, well, why am I still experiencing that? Is this an old tape somebody gave me, like a caretaker gave me when I was young and vulnerable, and I've now internalized it? Or what? Like later when you're level-headed, you can like investigate a bit further and process that more.
Awesome.
So, Laura,
Yeah.
did you have anything that in mind that you wanted to talk about today? For sure.
So one thing that my counselor told me when I was really down was like, just for hygiene wise, just to get started is like, do the bare minimum. Like, just do something. Like, just wash your armpits. Just do something. And like, if you do that, you've done something, you'll feel better a little bit, and you'll start inching your way back up. And just hygiene can definitely help. Like, if you're sick on the couch for days, you take a shower, you feel like a new person.
It's true.
So like, just starting small just to help dig yourself out a little bit helps. This to help myself mentally, like, it's for mental health, I guess. I hate doing dishes. And I guess that's part of the hygiene of my apartment. So, being on the phone with my family, my mother, so usually my sister reads Harry Potter to me in a British accent. It's amazing. We're on book 6. But she's been busy or sick. And so like, okay, so she's not able to read. So my mom picked up and she's like, do you want me to read Artemis Fowl to you? It's like,
oh, so sweet.
so my mom she pulled out the first Artemis Fowl book, and we're on chapter 4 now, and I have loads of dishes done. So
That's
you don't
awesome.
have to do it alone. You can call somebody and they can do it with you over the phone. Because like, I live by myself, so it's not like I can physically have somebody with me.
Yes.
But
I have cleaned so much of my homes over the decades to like every version of the Hitchhiker's Guide series ever done on like in audio format. I mean, so like the radio shows, the radio plays, the audiobooks he read himself. I don't know why, but I love cleaning to, the antics of Arthur and Ford and Zaphod. And I never find it boring. It's always endlessly comforting when I am scrubbing floors or whatever I'm doing. I love it.
Yeah. When I was really down, my sister pulled out Pride and Prejudice and started reading that to me. I was like, okay, thank you.
Oh dear.
Like, we're pulling out Pride and Prejudice.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know. Just, they don't have to read to you, but just talking to them or
Yeah.
just having them talk to you while you're on mute because the water's running
Yes.
can definitely help.
Enjoy the new poll.
Oh, we got a new poll. Favorite way to jumpstart yourself after you have a bout of not feeling well? The options are cleaning, cooking, reading, or outdoors.
Sorry, I wish there was more options.
Yeah, it only lets us have 4.
And I was just trying to think of like the most common ones.
Yes.
Because, I mean, it's not just glory about cleaning. I've known a bunch of people that cleaning really does help. Because, so what Laura's talking about with mental health stuff, what it really reminded me of is, so one of the biggest problems we have really at all times in history, but now, and people don't seem to often give it the word it really is, and that is agency. You need to feel like you have control and action within your life. If you do not feel that you have any control over yourself, if you are simply, a cog in the machine, your mental health will deteriorate fast. All humans will. If you tell humans they're doing anything with a purpose that somehow changes the world in even a very microscopic way, they can keep doing it very long. You tell them there is no purpose, this is simply there to keep them occupied and away from the rest of the world, within 10 minutes, they will have a hard time doing this.
Their chemistry will change in their blood within 10 minutes. Their immune system, their white blood cell count will alter, a whole bunch, a slew of chemicals in their blood will alter within 10 minutes of somebody sad, of somebody disadvantaged.
And like the simplest ways I can give examples for this is breaking rocks. If they're told this is to help, clear ground so that we can grow, we can set up a farm here. Oh, they can go days and weeks doing this repetitive activity. They'll start to hurt. Their bodies will start to break down. They're like, no, I'm fine. I can keep doing this.
Mm-hmm.
You tell someone it's just there to occupy their time, within 10 minutes, that hammer is too heavy.
Mm-hmm.
Or opening boxes. You tell them just open the boxes. You tell them it's just to occupy them. Their arms and hands hurt. You tell them they're doing this because there's people that they're opening the mail for who simply do not have the physical capacity to open these boxes. So they can do this for weeks and months, no problem. Humans need agency.
Mm-hmm.
They need some control, and that is what you're really trying to figure out about yourself, of what is it at the core that most gives me my own sense of agency. Cleaning your own environment, showing you have control over its state.
Mm-hmm.
Cooking, showing you can feed yourself and that you can, there's still stuff you enjoy. Going outdoors, showing that you still have access and can decide your location and your activity. And reading, remind yourself of the worlds you enjoy, that there's stories that no matter how you're feeling will always make you smile. Again, these are little things to just you reminding yourself that you are conscious. You get to decide. Shame is the opposite. It says you don't get to decide. It's already been decided. You have no action but to comply.
Mm-hmm.
And that is why it is so negative and problematic. Versus agency says, I have control, I can decide, I have boundaries, I can act, I'm living, I can still change things about myself and my world and whatever I want. And so it's always keep in mind of what is it that gives you agency. Also, just look at the way you're viewing things, whether you're viewing it as a way of not having agency or agency. Simply going, no, I'm choosing to do this. Yeah, I could stop, but I don't like those consequences. I'd rather keep doing this. Of just acknowledge, you have agency over your actions.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes it takes a while to get enough energy up to do it.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I finally took my Christmas tree down this week. Like, I had been wanting to take it down since I got home from Christmas vacation. But it was just such a big task. Like, I knew it would take me like 10, 15 minutes. But no.
But part of not feeling well, especially mentally, is executive function.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't have, or those who are chronically ill, spoons. How many actions you can take a day that are not part of your automatic functions that you do all the time, that you have to think about to specifically do. Those are the hard ones. And yeah, when you're not feeling well, it becomes so much more difficult. And so, yeah, taking time. Gloria has many times mentioned the living room is a mess and full of stuff.
It has goat trails.
And, I don't have the executive function right now to clean. Gloria doesn't have the physical stamina yet to clean because her organs still be repairing themselves. Sepsis be real.
You need your organs.
Yeah.
You really do.
We'll tell you about that in a moment of yesterday's conversation with a little French student. But what I do in the meantime is I think about how would I clean it? I still have a mental picture of what everything looks like there. How would I move it when I have the energy? So that when I have the executive function to do it, I can do it more easily. Because part of the difficulty with executive function is the unknown.
Yeah, and you've been making inroads into the living room. Like, there's places I can then go a little deeper when I have a moment of energy, and I can go investigate what's in that box, or what can I reach and grab it out.
And so also, is that part of acknowledging agency is, it may sound silly, and that, as a child, you would probably be, negated when you state this, but I am doing something, even if it's just in my head with plants.
Yeah, practicing out. Well, what if I approach this this area this way, and I first grab the bag, and then I move that over, and then I pull the box out, and I open the box, and I see what's in it, and then I move that to the left. Going over the actions, the motions in your head, and going over different combinations of motions to see then which one do I think is probably the best for when I'm actually going to physically try this. Yeah. That is actually very good. Science has proven this is very useful on multiple levels. And part of why it is useful is because the brain cannot tell the difference between your imagination and actually doing it. So what happens is every muscle you would use in that motion also gets stimulated while you are thinking about using it. And that is something they actually teach world-class athletes to do, so that even when they're not able to exercise, their muscles are still getting stimulated. So it's good also for people with chronic illness who are physically not able to exercise all the way that they would like to because they simply don't have stamina. It's also recommended for them because, again, your brain cannot tell the difference between imagining getting on the rowing machine and actually getting on the rowing machine. And so your muscles still get stimulated, maybe not as much as if they were actually dealing with gravity, but they are still getting a certain amount of electrical neurological stimulation, and so are not atrophying as fast. And so even just imagining exercise and really closing your eyes and imagining going through every step, whether we're talking about being on the treadmill or the elliptical trainer or lifting weights, all of those things, when we actually hook humans up, including those with chronic illness, when we hook them up and we tell them to imagine this thing, this motion that they are familiar with, we find their muscles are still receiving stimulation. It's a wondrous, interesting thing. Spence says, too many people have such big expectations or such high expectations for the house to be clean. I can't feel like I'm in control when I'm cleaning. I always feel like I'm pushing the boulder up the hill only to be judged when it inevitably falls back down.
Versus the...
Well, and that is part of that is a sign that you are mentally feeling overwhelmed. Because when we feel overwhelmed, we're saying, I want this to be one and done. Versus when we feel we're not feeling overwhelmed, when we are feeling like our brain is able to cope with all the stimulation, then we don't mind having to do things multiple times for the rest of eternity. Because we're able to mentally cope with our environment and ourself and what we are doing. And we know, these things require to happen regularly. Like, for instance, eating. Mm-hmm. When we feel overwhelmed, we're like, I'm so tired of eating. I don't ever want to eat again. It's just too many things to worry about. There's too much to deal with just trying to find food and put it in my body. And then I got to remember to do it again in 4 to 8 hours.
You will see this a lot on Twitter and Imager as, like, you know, the common feeling of 20 and 30-year-olds.
Because, yes, you feel overwhelmed and for legitimate reasons. You know, that you don't have the support any reasonable person would need to cope with your life as it is at this point.
So I get that way with my dishes, where it just feels like it's insurmountable. I'm always having to do them. They're always piling up, and it just drags me down. And so I have switched to paper plates when it gets too much.
Yay.
And so I don't care. I just go through paper plates while I work on digging myself out from under the mountain.
Yes, and because nobody's coming to wash your dishes for you. Society is not sending you a housekeeper. So you need to take care of you and your physical needs. And what you physically need is hygienic material to eat off of. You need clean plates to eat off of. So if that means you're eating off of paper plates so that you can just throw them away afterwards, that is important because you need to cope with right now instead of well off in the distance. Also, again, I would like to once again mention, because I feel like this message gets drowned out by so many privileged activists, the state of Mississippi alone has enough wood for pulpwood supplies for the entire paper needs of the planet for 60 years.
We can grow pine trees like no one else.
Also, a lot of pine forests that were planted already that were for building materials were destroyed in Hurricane Katrina. And so because, like, it wasn't destroyed, like the trees still grow, but you can't use it for building material. So it's now pulpwood. And pulpwood doesn't pay as well. Like, often pulpwood doesn't pay well enough to even go cut those trees. So again, there is enough pulpwood trees, forests in the state of Mississippi alone to supply the entire planet for all its paper needs. That includes toilet paper. That includes photocopy paper. That includes paper plates. That includes all the very nicest archival papers. Enough papers requirements for the entire planet for 60 years. That does not take into account every other state that grows trees for the paper and wood industry. So again, please do not worry about, I need to use less toilet paper, unless like you need to use less toilet paper because of your piping or something, or because you just like bidets. Hi, have you met me? I love the add-on bidet you can now add on to any toilet ever, and it has a hot water attachment. Y'all,
less than $50, or probably around $50 now.
Happily talk you through. We will backstage live stream with you and walk you through the 10 to 15 minute process it takes for you to install it in your apartment. Bidets are so hot and cold water bidets are amazing. Anyway.
Also, if you ever need to know, should you ever listen to, an environmentalist or anything about, should I actually be guilty? Go listen to interviews with Ed Begley Jr. He's probably one of the most honest, true to heart, dyed-in-the-wool environmentalist you will ever know of. And, truly, lives by what he says. But at the same time, he has repeatedly said, like, his friends will sometimes rent an electric car to come visit him because they don't want to be shamed about, their driving or other stuff. And he's like, dude, I get it. We all have different needs and what we can do at this time.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just we need to think about how to improve things steadily.
Right.
That's what he's always about. He's like, it's not that, oh, everyone can do what I do. I know not everyone can do what I do. I spend a lot of time, changing my life around to do this, in part just to show it's possible. I don't expect everyone to change.
Yeah, I mean, it's about, so again, I'm going to go back to the 4-H motto of good, better, best. The 4-H idea is, which was invented here in the state of Mississippi, I'm just saying, is about, like, let's try to do what's good. And if we can do more, we'll try to do what's better. And if we can, we'd love to do what's best, but that is not always an option or something available to us for a variety of reasons. We may not even have the privilege of choosing what is the best option. So it's about good, better, best. And it was designed, this program was designed to help young farmers really be able to adopt new equipment that would be better for them and their farm, as well as for the country at large, because they would essentially be able to do more as farmers. But they were noticing, again, this learned helplessness of, oh, well, if I can't do the best option, then what is the point of trying? So the 4-H started as a way to help upcoming future farmers cope with learned helplessness and instead make that run to self-efficacy, where they're like, okay, let me do what's good. And if I can do better, then I will do better. And if I can, I will choose the best option. But good is better than nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And really try to instill this in young people. And it has been a wonderful program. People talk about just philosophically this ideology of good, better, best. Even when people admit, look, 70% of everyone who ever participated in 4-H never did another thing with the farming agricultural world ever again. They raised one little baby cow and that was it, or whatever. But that they found that ideologically it helped them so much growing up, because they started looking at the world as a good, better, best option of, like, what can I do that's good? Can I do a better option? How about, is best even an option for me? No, then I'm not going to worry about it. It's okay, because I'm doing what's good now, and that is better than nothing.
So Spence said this, and that kind of reminded me of something else, but why don't you read it first?
Favorite cursing. I am an obnoxious environmentalist, but yeah. Paper plates and paper towels are a major lifesaver. Do what you can, but don't sacrifice your health. Absolutely.
Glory, what did this wonderful, fun kids series on the BBC called Horrible Histories teach you about health?
Okay, so what happened was, several years ago when I was working the library system, I got really sick with something. I don't know. They said it wasn't the flu because they cultured it or whatever, but it was some virus. They were like, you need to come down with something. Because I always got my flu shot, but something. It wasn't something that my flu shot covered. And I was sick. I was sick for 10 days. I was not in good shape. So I ended up binge watching at home 5 seasons of Horrible Histories, the live action version, not the cartoon, but the live action version. And, Horrible Histories is based on a book series, which is why I watched it, because I was familiar. We have some of the books. And, all these skits, a lot of them are funny. Some of them are gross, but they are all based in actual facts. Documentable facts. And what I noticed binging for a week Horrible Histories in between my sleeping naps was, no matter the time period, you could see the difference in the health of the people of that time period, that geographic location and time period, and how, for instance, sewage was treated, because they would go over the sewage a lot on this show. Why? Because children love poop. They love poop jokes. They love to see these actors dumped with, let's say, chocolate fudge. I don't know. It was probably like prop stuff, but whatever. They love the poop skits. So they did a lot of poop skits. So I know all about the sewage situations of so many time periods in human history. Mostly European and Mediterranean. But I know a lot about the sewage systems of various time periods in Europe and the Mediterranean and Northern Africa. because that's primarily what Horrible Histories focuses on. And I really saw a connection between, do you dump your poop in the streets where people then have to walk through it, to the point people were writing about trudging through like incredible amounts of mud and poop in the streets, to like where it was like 6 inches deep. Like, that's a lot. I don't want to walk through 6 inches of mud. Frankly, I don't want to walk through an inch of mud. I've had the misfortune to have to do that a few times, and it's miserable. Can you imagine if it reeked like raw sewage? And I noticed there was a connection between how much sewage is essentially in the streets, i.e. contagion in the air, and how these cultures, these time periods, dealt with punishment, dealt with their crimes, how violent they were, and how they thought this was normal or acceptable. So the more violent a culture was in, say, dealing with their punishments, i.e. draconian violence for punishments, the worse people's general health is, because nobody's health is good when you are walking through human excrement every day. And it's on your clothes, and like, nobody's health is good when you're dealing with that, versus other time periods that either had a far fewer population and also had better systems to remove excrement. So hence, that's actually where, what was it, night farmers or night soil farmers?
Night soil collectors.
Came from in Tudor England, was because the sewage in the streets thing was a real problem. They then people paid for what they called night soil. It's human excrement. Collectors to come take it away, because that improved people's health. And then
they would compost it, because humans not that great actually at digestion.
Yes.
So there's actually a lot of nutrients. Just, you don't want to eat the stuff grown on there, because again, you can transmit.
But like, it's not just Europe. So for instance, I know that in Japan,
and
China, there were specific kinds of shoes used during certain time periods in Japanese and Chinese history when there was too much sewage in the streets. And you may know them. There's a vestige of it, like, for instance, that goes with traditional kimono gowns. Those wooden shoes, they look sort of, what do you remember what they're called? I'm terrible with names.
Geta? Geta? Geta?
Yeah, I think that's it.
Geta shoes.
And how they have these little risers on them.
Yeah.
Those were actually invented to make it easier to walk through the streets filled with human excrement and pig excrement. Let us never underestimate the excrement of pigs and horses in human streets. Thank you.
Right.
Yep, you got it. So, and there's a Chinese version. There's actually a whole bunch of different Asian versions of this kind of shoe that men and women and all other people wore. And it was to keep their feet above the sewage level.
And
you'll notice that in these time periods where people are walking through sewage, they also have far more violent punishments. And I noticed this connection while I was listening to it.
Because their bodies are inflamed. They are in constant pain. Guess what happens when someone's in pain? We've noticed this. They not only don't make good decisions, they really want to see other people in pain to kind of...
Yes.
Misery demands company. It doesn't ask for it.
It demands that everyone else be miserable. And if you've ever been really sick, you may have noticed that, like, your compassion bucket was kind of running low. That, yeah, when you're not feeling well, you're not feeling that kind or gentle toward other people. I mean, you're trying your best, but you're still like, and
that's why, to get back to what Spence said, do what you can.
I do believe that our, waste management people are the angels of our society, because they are helping us all be kinder and better.
But don't sacrifice your health. All right, this whole personal responsibility for a lot of things, even the environment and other things, is just marketing so corporations don't have to do the majority of the work. The majority of it is from corporate stuff. It's not from individuals.
And it's just decisions they make. They could make a different decision and they choose not to.
But it would reduce their profits by, 0.1%.
Yeah. So again, never worry that you're consuming too much paper. You're all doing wonderful. Also, we have tons.
Yeah.
Paper, wood is a renewable resource. Concrete is not. Wood is a renewable, sustainable resource. We can grow trees all over the planet.
Yeah. Anything with wood or bamboo, any, natural cellulose versions, don't worry about that. We can grow the entire world's needs.
So, fun fact, acrylic is made from cellulose, which is made from trees, which is primarily made from Mississippi pine trees. At least last time I checked, about a decade ago, 80% of all acrylic fabric in the world was made from Mississippi pine trees. Because again, I mentioned the pulpwood part, because they don't need nice pine trees for that. So again, it's not even like people think of acrylic as an artificial fiber. Technically, it's not as artificial as you think, because they have to have cellulose to start with to make acrylic, and then it goes through a chemical process. So it's not like organic or anything, but you know what I'm trying to say. But just keep that in mind of cellulose. Is it a cellulose-based item that they're saying, oh, use less of that? That's my response. We have plenty of sustainable trees. It's wonderful to grow trees. In fact, Mississippi actually has more trees growing now because people are paid to plant trees, because we can grow pine trees so fast here. So we actually have more pine trees in the state of Mississippi now than we had 100 years ago, because companies are paying people to plant seedlings on their property. And trees produce so much wonderful oxygen, as well as a lot of other environmental benefits. Do not worry about overusing cellulose-based products.
Yeah.
It's a sustainable material.
It's
that
also,
should not be your environmental concern.
And, because we're slightly evil and we have our own opinions, namely that Hellmann's is a great mayo. Yeah, we're a bit white and Jewish. Miracle Whip also comes from Mississippi.
Yes, because the Miracle Whip works well because of all the Miracle Whip because of all the cellulose.
And that cellulose
and
is
I
all
literally
Mississippi
tracked
pine
it down
trees.
once and was like, who is providing this stuff? Because my mother at one point worked at International Paper. And I was like, International Paper boasts that they are the largest distributor of pine trees and cellulose products on the planet. So who's providing the cellulose for Miracle Whip? And is this an opportunity for International Paper? And, it took Mom several weeks, because also her boss was like, yeah, who's providing the cellulose for Miracle Whip? And the answer was, it's International Paper. And I was like, where's the paper coming from? And literally they were talking to the guy on the factory floor, the person who purchases, and he was like, no, we get ours from, named a town in Mississippi, because what they do is they buy the stock and then they have it sent to a different manufacturer to actually break it down into cellulose. But so that way they have control over the exact product and the quality of the product they're using. It's Kraft there, I believe, is the one who owns Miracle Whip. But I was like, it's Mississippi made. Mom was trying to defend, that's why I should eat it. And I'm like, no, ma'am. There's literally only one sandwich in this world that's made better with Miracle Whip, and all other sandwiches are ruined with Miracle Whip. I'm so sorry to those of you who love Miracle Whip. I respect your right to exist. It's just not for me.
I grew up with one parent who liked Miracle Whip and one parent who liked mayo, so we had both in the fridge.
Oh, lucky. See, as I said, one day I'll tell you my one sandwich that actually requires Miracle Whip to taste at its best. It's a weird sandwich, but we came up with as a kid. So.
All right, it's probably time for a break.
Okay, so we'll do a break. And when we come back, we're going to talk more about health and hygiene, not just environmentally factors. But we will actually talk about things like vitamins and supplements, probiotics,
skin health,
as well as nutrition labels, quality sleep, what's going on with your allergies, what's the deal with NSAIDs, why are men's clothes so complicated, forest bathing, blue light filters, and so on, and how to shave anywhere. We're going to talk about things. It's going to be grand, y'all. We'll see y'all in approximately 10 minutes. Meepity beep. Meepity beep. Meepity beep beep beep. Moo.
Roy has decided to be very noisy right now. Hang on.
Okay. Feel like that 10 minutes wasn't long enough for any of us.
Give me a minute.
Because Tom is also out there making popcorn too.
The paper bag has been confiscated.
Bibbin needs their bag.
Don't need to dig on it. Now I have chicken corn chowder.
Nice. Hello, Cherry Panda. It's lovely to see you again. What kind of stream are you looking up out of pure curiosity? You don't have to tell us. Tom is currently popping popcorn. All right, so here we are, and it occurred to me during the break. Number one, I would mention again, we've got a poll in the chat if anybody is interested in participating, and let us know. And Tom is doing the polls. So this new one is what makes a product healthy? Nutrition, how it makes me feel, what my friends in the media are saying, or science? The one about filling your creative well. Evergreen classic. So I figured we should definitely be sure to talk about what we used in the title, soft skin. What makes glowy, wonderful skin? General health. Like good health.
Distilled dews from the heaven.
So yeah, just roll around in stolen dew, ambrosia, something from the gods. I don't know. No.
Baby's tears.
Babies. Oh God, that's awful. No. I mean, they do cry. Anyway, no, it's terrible. Nope, terrible. What was it? That one Bathory or something? Bathory? Oh, was it?
The Countess Bathory.
Yeah, what was it? The blood of the innocents and some milk.
The blood of virgins.
Yeah, thank you. Popcorn has been produced. Tom will be produced soon.
The Countess Bathory.
Yes, thank you. And so, but like what we find actually has a lot to do with beautiful glowy skin. The health of your insides is shown in the health of your skin and your hair. And there is a very understandable, reasonable reason for this. Listen to the song of Roy.
It's his
collar
against his food bowl, which is empty because it's all over the floor.
Right? I love it. It totally reminds me of Cassie. So Cherry Panda says lotion. Definitely something that can help if you're dealing with dry skin. So here is what we do know scientifically, science-wise. There are various times when your body is in repair mode, where it's repairing. Baby tears are actually terrible at moisturizing. Stay hydrated more than a rich. Everybody's got a bit. It's
good to know.
When your body is in repair mode, it's going to literally, it's like we just put our repair hat on and it's going to go around looking at all your organs, everything inside. And once it's repaired everything it can or will repair that day, if it still has materials left over to repair, it will then look at your skin and move those resources to your skin to do the repair work. But your organs are definitely of a higher priority usually than your skin, even though technically speaking, we consider skin an organ. It's just not higher. Tom, you are muted, dear. I could hear him down the hall again. So, yes, Tom?
I mean, it is an organ.
It is. But, like, it's not as high a priority as, say, your heart, your brain, blood cells, all the blood cells, white, red, platelets, you name it, what you got. I mean, you know, all of the good stuff. So good general health is good for your skin and hair. Now, there are things specifically that your body needs in order to repair skin and hair. And what that is primarily is collagen. What it needs for collagen is a whole bunch of complete proteins and vitamin C, vitamin D, vitamin E, as well as it needs a little bit of calcium and magnesium for everything. It's a complicated thing. But it needs a little bit of calcium and magnesium pretty much for all cell rebuilding. And so in order to talk about how to have beautiful, glowy skin, we have to talk about, well, what is a complete protein? So, which is not to say, like, while I do consume animal proteins, in fact, I love them. I mean, I can't look at an Angus cow on the side of the road without, like, just wanting to pet it in the sense of, future steak, hello, darling. And they apparently get that vibe from me and do not want to be near me.
Yeah.
Run! Run, it's a predator.
Yeah, it's true.
By the way, this just popped up in my feed today, and I retweeted it. And this does go along with everything we've ever researched and heard. So, like, definitely worth a quick read.
So, yeah, there's a dermatologist on Twitter that Tom just happened to see today who did an entire thread from a professional dermatologist point of view of various products that you can use, how much you should, how often, how much even is reasonable to pay for it. Hello, sweet Muppet baby.
You went to the groomers.
Look at that little fluffy hair. So weak. I'm so weak against the
I was told maybe you had additional treats for me.
Look at that with the ears. Oh my.
And the mustache.
Look at that. Such a sweet baby with the wise. So cute.
Oh, look at those ears go up.
He's like, yes, sniff it first. Make sure I want it. Hello.
I knew I loved you for a reason.
There we go. Yes.
I knew I
was here
all night and every morning.
Yes. So while I love animal proteins, I'm a huge fan of eggs, milk. I am apparently one of the very few people left on the planet who can fully handle all dairy products. And if anything, dairy milk actually settles my stomach when I have diarrhea.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, like, that's like hardly anybody left on the planet who experiences that. So I'm told. I don't know if that's really true, but
I was told I was self-medicating in college because I would drink chocolate milk all the time and it would coat my stomach because I had multiple ulcers. And so it was like giving a protective layer.
Mm-hmm.
Like, chocolate milk for the win!
It will help a bit.
So, but does that mean animal products are the only proteins that you can use to, have organ repair? No. You can actually get complete proteins from plant products, but you do need to understand what is a complete protein. So it's essentially a little bit more advanced knowledge. Hot chocolate is your choice. Hello, Michael CB-chan. How are you doing, dear? And so I do want to at least set you on the right path in case you did not have parents like ours who were like, so you need to know about amino acids to understand what is a complete protein, because you need to be consuming a complete protein preferably every 4 to 8 hours. Again, it does not have to be meat or even animal products such as milk or eggs. it can be plant proteins, but you have to essentially have a little bit more knowledge about it. So when we talk about proteins, we're talking about the 9 essential amino acids. Why is it essential? We call there's actually, I think, like 21, 23 amino acids total. I can't remember now. You can look it up. Wikipedia is lovely for this. But our bodies can actually produce a bunch of those amino acids. It's at least 9 that we can produce. So the ones we cannot, under any circumstances, ever produce are the ones that we call the 9 essential amino acids, because they are essential to our living. You cannot keep a human body going without these 9 essential amino acids pretty regular. Sure, you could skip a day or two here and there. You will not have organ repair on that night. And that can build up pretty quickly, actually. I mean, it's not the end of the world. There is that, y'all know about me talking about that 4 to 6 week period where I really didn't eat anything, but one of those little 25 calorie popsicles every other day, along with a San Pellegrino, one of those little 8-ounce San Pellegrinos or something.
That's why, also real quick, that's why when somebody is stuck in the middle of nowhere, they're starving, they at least have water though, they will actually tend to lose muscle mass faster than they lose fat.
Mm-hmm.
Because you don't actually need calories as much to survive in your regular activities compared to how difficult it is to get all those proteins. And so if you don't get those proteins, your body has to take it from your muscles.
And it will take it out of your muscles.
Because it needs it to keep functioning.
But it's not great to take it out of your muscles. There are negative side effects to your body when your body has to harvest those proteins from your muscles. There's essentially some negative side effects. So again, you're not going to have great health, but it's not terrible. You won't die yet. So again, I want to talk about those 9 essential amino acids. You can look them up online. Again, Wikipedia has a great article about them. But what we're really talking about is you don't have to memorize, as I have now just proven. You do not have to memorize what are those 9 essential amino acids. You just need to know in the back of your head some sets of plant proteins that essentially make a complete set of 9, so that you can get some repair work done while you sleep at night. So, and that was how my parents taught me because I was a child. So I'm going to teach you the same way. Is it the most perfect system? No. But it is a system to get you started? Yes. And that's all we care about. So here we go. You can have corn and rice. You could have corn and beans. You could have rice and beans. Any of the 2 out of those 3, rice, corn, beans, makes the 9 essential amino acids so you have a complete protein. Yes, there are lovely videos on YouTube that will explain that, but you still won't get as much from the protein, because you only have as much complete protein as you have of the smallest amount of the 9 essential amino acids. So,
and
it's
calorie-wise, it's never going to be less calories from plants than it is from meat. How's that for irony? To get your complete proteins, you'll actually need to consume as much, if not more, caloric quantity than you would from meat to get the same amount of actual complete protein.
So it's a budgeting system. But again, look, there's a variety of reasons, including financial as well as time, and maybe even philosophical reasons that you don't want to be consuming animal protein all the time, or even for every meal, or even a whole day out of your week. So that's what we're just going to go over. So again, rice, corn, and beans, any combination of the 2 out of 3, you're covered. Also, so you can then also consume, say, eggs and milk and add them to a variety of other plant proteins to also get complete proteins. So for instance, bananas and milk make complete protein. A peanut butter sandwich and milk make complete proteins. That's all you need to remember is what are the combinations I like to eat of plant proteins that make complete proteins. So yeah, hummus and cheese, we're covered.
Now I'm craving a PB&J with milk.
It's so good, y'all. Like, honestly, once you start eating complete proteins, you'll notice, like I've noticed, baby, that your body then starts craving food combos, essentially. And it's because the chemistry set in your gut now has been able to identify what it actually wants, craves, needs in order to do its work. Because that's what your gut is. It's a chemistry set to break down everything you eat into its smaller molecules to then utilize it to make you as healthy as possible that night. So think of it that way and you're covered. So dairy products and beans, legumes, makes complete proteins. Also, I believe it's also eggs and beans. So refried beans with like a fried egg or a poached egg on top, delicious. It's also just delicious. Like, y'all, it's just delicious, and you get a complete protein with that.
Yeah, eggs are actually
Also,
like
like
122% proteins. So if you add it to plants, you'll actually get, additional protein than you're thinking, because it's got a bunch of extras of stuff that plants don't have.
Yes.
So it's actually a great way to compensate.
Not lucerne. I'm forgetting it. Anyway, as I said, you don't have to remember all 9 of the essential amino acids. You just need to know what combinations will get you complete proteins, and then try those food combinations out in different ways till you find what works for you. So that, again, you have simple, easy meals, so you don't have to think about it all the time. Because let's be honest, if you're watching us, you're probably dealing with sometimes not enough executive function. Let's be perfectly honest about who you as our viewers are. You're like us. Because most regular people, not interested in what we have to say or the way we say it. So if you're still watching this, you're probably like us. So if you would love lovely glowy skin, beautiful hair that looks amazing even when you're nearly dying, I'm talking about me when I was in the hospital with sepsis, complete proteins, and also to a lesser degree, that leads me to, there's a few supplements that they've now accepted most humans have a difficulty gaining at this point, at least without worse negative side effects. So for instance, what am I talking about? Vitamin D supplements. If it's not a soft gel, your body's probably going to have a hard time breaking it down in your gut. So when we talk about vitamin D supplements, please only buy the soft gels. It's just not worth your money to buy the tablets. Yes, that is why corn was grown with beans, as well as the next part about corn stalks is the bean pole can use it as a support system. So there was a lot of advantages.
And also just straight up peas. Peas actually are one of the most complete proteins you can get.
Which explains English peasants pre-Tudor time period and how they were able to survive on, frankly, a very limited diet of variety-wise. Was peas. English peas. Actually, snow peas are English. And they use snow peas or what we call snow peas. They used it for their livestock, but they also used it for themselves. Which I have lovely documentary videos if anybody is interested in, just like, if they like watching documentaries like I do while you do other things. I have a whole series on YouTube I can send you links to, and you can just watch. But nevertheless, peas, hence peas porridge, is actually a lovely thing. Or as my mom used to call it, split pea soup. But it was a porridge. It was a stew, y'all. The spoon could hold up straight. The soup, no. And then she put hot dogs in as a garnish. It was weird, but you know what? As a child, I'd eat it. The hot dogs would plump up. The hot dog rounds would plump up, y'all. It was delicious to me. I still sometimes miss it. So you can make it really fast, by the way.
Cherry, you're doing great. Good, better, best.
Yeah, just eat food. It's just something to think about when you're like, hey, what do I want to eat? Is, hey, how about a nice complete protein combo?
And also, I don't have the reference anymore.
I love split pea soup.
But I swear this. I promise this is true. And they did actual studies of this, and they were surprised. But the more you enjoy your food, the more nutrients you pull from the food. And it has nothing to do with the quality of the food or anything else. Just, do you like it? If you don't like it, you will barely get the macronutrients. You will not really get the micronutrients. They tested this worldwide with, I think mostly actually it was just actually a woman's study of women from around the world, and they tried it for 2 or 3 weeks with the food they grew up on and that they liked from their area, and then foods, other women in the study liked, from different areas of the world. And then they asked them, how much did you enjoy it? And it actually had more to do with the enjoyment than it did even like, oh, maybe your gut microbes are, optimized to the area you grew up in for digesting that food or something. Like, nope. It's just, do you like what you're eating? So food that makes you sad, food that's boring, is not actually that good for you.
Yeah, so that's why I'm saying finding out what are the combos that work, and then trying it out in a couple of different ways till you find like that you and your gut enjoy eating it.
So that PB&J with milk
part is a necessary part of pulling nutrition.
Peanut butter and banana sandwiches too.
Oh yeah.
Of like, if you love it,
I like it when the bread is toasted, so the peanut butter gets kind of warm and a little bit like runny.
Yes.
Maybe with a little honey and cinnamon sprinkled on top. On the banana over the peanut butter, I drizzle a little bit of honey, and then I sprinkle the cinnamon, and then I squish the other piece of toast on top.
Yeah.
And then eat that. So the bottom piece of toast is a little softened by now, and I like it that way. And then the top part of the toast is a little bit extra crunchy. Ah, so good. And then with a glass of milk, complete protein. And it's also, the milk helps clear the peanut butter from the roof of my mouth. It's a system. So that's why it is so important to enjoy the food you're consuming, so you will get the micronutrients out of it that your body needs. If you are unhappy, like you're not enjoying eating the vegetables that you're eating, it's kind of pointless. Your body is not going to get those vitamins and minerals out of the vegetables you're consuming if you are miserable while you are consuming it.
And this is also where
she's muscling her way through all the Brussels sprouts in her freezer that my mom got us during Christmas and left them there with her. It's just like,
again, yeah, you're not going to get those lovely polyphenols that actually like retard the growth of tumors, because cruciferous vegetables, cabbages, have this wonderful chemical in them, a polyphenol that retards the growth of tumors while it's in your blood. But your body will not pull it, your gut, your intestines will not pull this polyphenol out if you are miserable or sad when you are consuming cabbage. And I mean, broccoli is in there. Broccoli has this wonderful chemical. So it is so important to be able to consume it in a way you like. By the way, I would like to point out, if you are not thrilled with Brussels sprouts, like I have experienced from time to time, butter and maple syrup go so far in making Brussels sprouts delicious. And you don't need a ton of maple syrup or butter to do it, but that maple syrup really does counteract the bitterness in Brussels sprouts, if that's what, like if you're just not enjoying it. So yeah, I used to be kind of miserable eating Brussels sprouts for a while there in my mid-20s. And then I came across this recipe for brown butter maple syrup Brussels sprouts. And I was like, that sounds insane, but I'm desperate, so I'll give it a try. It has changed my entire family. Because every member of my family introduced this to was also like, that's a terrible idea. And I'm like, I will make my Brussels sprouts the way our family has always made it. And then if you like, you could try one of my Brussels sprouts just to see what you think, so I'll shut up. And that is how I converted every single member of my family to, hey, guess what? Adding maple syrup to buttered Brussels sprouts is bonkers delicious if you like maple syrup, which we all like maple syrup.
I like maple syrup, but I still actually, oddly, I do like some garlic with the maple syrup and butter.
The garlic goes great with the maple syrup. So, we all win.
But yeah, like
just try out different ways. Like, if, as I said, like, I get it. Like, I get it that most people do not like most vegetables in every way possible. Every person likes the vegetables a certain way. And it may be that you haven't found the way you and your mouth and your gut enjoy that vegetable. And it may just be that you and your mouth and your gut will never enjoy certain vegetables. Look, that is okay too. It is not the end of the world.
But also, this is where trying out spice blends really helps, because especially when it comes to cooked vegetables, the right spice blend helps. Like for Gloria and I and a lot of the South, butter, onions, garlic, and black pepper make just about every vegetable that's cooked taste better.
For sure.
And then there's also, Slap Your Mama spice blend or Cajun spice.
Mm-hmm.
Of just find the spice blend that works for you. Because once you're enjoying the vegetables, your body will also enjoy it, because it takes a note from your brain how it should handle the food you just ate. But essentially, is it safe to eat? Well, if you're happy, it's safe. If you're not happy, it's questionable. Maybe we should bring out the immune system more, just in case it's not that good for us. And it's also then not going to pull as much nutrients.
So that's why we're always talking about how to enjoy foods, because as neurodivergent people, it is actually more important that we find ways we can enjoy foods, because we're already tending to have sensory issues with a whole lot of foods. But you don't want to cut out whole sections of plant life just because of sensory issues, and taste issues, when, you probably need all those polyphenols too. So it may not be that you just hate all cruciferous vegetables that ever existed. It's rather that maybe it's just you haven't had it in a way you like. So that's why we're encouraging everybody to try a lot of different combinations, try a lot of different methods of eating it. And
try it in tempura.
Right? Don't prepare a whole lot, especially if you're just trying to see if you like it this way.
Also,
while
we're on the subject of food,
why don't you batter and fry any vegetable for me, and I will definitely give it my best.
Another part, speaking of deep frying your food,
is
whenever you eat any food, doesn't matter, but if you're eating food, make sure you've got all your macronutrients together, because guess what? Just like your body actually needs some of those non-essential amino acids to absorb and utilize the essential amino acids, so you have a complete protein you're getting into your body also needs certain fats to get the other nutrients into your body. So this whole no-fat diets actually will wreck your health. Every doctor will tell you this, of like, please, no. You can adjust your diet.
We were talking to one doctor, I believe at a party or something, about what is up with, we know so many people, but it's only women we know who've had their gallbladder removed.
So many women.
And he's saying, actually, we now know that one of the reasons why we've had such a big uptick in gallbladder removals, particularly in women, for the last 20, 30 years, is because of these low-fat, no-fat diets. 5 years after somebody goes on one of these low-fat or no-fat diets,
of at least 2 years or longer,
they'll have to have their gallbladder removed. He's like, it pretty much seems to be every time. He's like, I don't know that for a fact, because I only see the people who need it removed, because he's a surgeon. But he's like, it's a lot. It is a lot. So he's like, the best thing you could ever do for your gallbladder is to always eat fat, at least a bit of fat, with every meal you eat. Even small meals, even like little snacks, is always have some kind of fat in there, even if you just have to butter a cracker. He's like, just do it, because your gallbladder needs to be regularly circulating what's in it and get it out. Otherwise, you'll build up gallstones. There'll be generalized inflammation in there, and eventually it'll have to be removed. If you're essentially eating snacks and meals that are fat-free, that is a really not good thing, and something he's like, if I may consider myself your doctor, I'm just now going to prescribe to you that you never eat even a snack entirely fat-free. Find a way to get something in there, even if it's like a smoothie, add some peanut butter or something, any kind of fat. Drizzle in butter, anything possible, but just put olive oil in your smoothie, anything. any bit of some fat versus no fat is the worst thing you can do for your gallbladder. He's like, I mean, it's great for business, but I really kind of question the health of Americans when there's been such a huge uptick in gallbladder removals because of these low fat, no fat diets and lifestyles.
So Eva actually reminded me of another little factoid to help people, especially since this is January, the month of new beginnings and new plans, and a very popular particular one all Westerners do in January. I just talking about, I'm on the other end of the diet struggle, trying to consume enough to maintain and to aid in workouts and healthy gaining. Well, for one thing, yes, you do need complete proteins to help your body repair, or it ain't gonna, stay healthy while you work out. But the other part that reminded me of is what I learned way back over a decade ago of what marathon runners know that no one else talks about. So people talk about, oh, after a good workout, my muscles, they hurt so much for like the rest of the day and the next day.
That's not good.
That's not good. So here's what happened, and here's what you can do to fix this. And it's real simple. It's absolutely
also kind of zany because Tom got me to do.
So if you're having problems working out because
it hurts so much, that's what I was always experiencing.
And it's hard to make a habit because
I'm always hurting.
You can only, you're only going after you stop hurting, and it takes a while to stop hurting. Within 30 minutes of exercise, when you stop, you need 27 to 30 grams of simple carbs. You cannot,
complex carbs don't work. We tried it out.
Yes, you need simple carbs, aka you need a little Debbie snack.
That's how Tom got me to eat these like little snack foods.
I kid you not, though. The one that's perfect is the Nutty Buddy. Is the right amount of calories that are simple simple carbs, and a bit of fat and protein as well in the peanut butter. Because what marathon runners know is that you have 30 minutes to 45 minutes after your exercise, after you've been doing aerobic activity, to replenish the sugars in your muscle. After that 30 to 45 minutes, your body goes back to its normal routines, and it will take 1 to 2 days to a week to get that glycagon back into your muscle. And that's what hurts. Is yes, there's lactic acid as well if you're doing particularly hard workouts. That
or if
can
you're on
build up
metformin like me, so your muscles are just more prone to build up lactic acid, which is a concern.
Which, yes, that is something, and there's a few other nutrients you can do to help with the lactic acid breakup. But for most people, that post-workout, like just, if you work out decently and you got a sweat going, you're like, but my muscles hurt. It's because they're out of glycagon in the muscle and they are complaining to you. So just after a workout, make sure you have a simple sugar snack to go restore that. And then you can go about your day and you don't have a negative signal coming to you of, no, don't work out so much. This isn't good.
Yeah, and I was like, but I wanted some I wanted to burn calories because, I have plenty to lose, right? And he's like, no, this will actually help your muscles repair and burn more calories overall. So do not worry about eating, a simple carb snack with added fat. Do not worry about that, because what you want is the muscle gain. So anyway, you were saying, Laura?
Yeah, so I think one thing that helps me, so in a perfect world,
right,
I would meal prep. If I had enough spoons, I would be doing meal prep so that when I am working late at night, when I'm on deadline or whatever, I can just pull something out and pop it in the microwave.
Yes.
But I don't have the spoons.
Right.
And so I have given myself permission to buy ready-to-eat meals. Like already cut pineapple.
Yes.
Like
absolutely.
Already cut watermelon. Whatever.
Yes.
Like, yes, it's more expensive to buy stuff that's already prepared, but I will actually eat it and it won't sit there waiting for me to cut it up.
right?
This is an odd. Okay, here's something that's a little odd for us to say. We have actually a lot of problems with the business model of Walmart, but Walmart definitely has a certain archaic, shall we say, pre-1850s American South view of their employees. So the great value branded food in Walmart tends to actually be of a better quality than a lot of other ones. It's actually one surprisingly to go look at. And in particular, like one that for Glory is we have an extra freezer.
Nice.
So like I'll get their frozen meals that are like $2 to $3
Yeah.
here. And if you actually look at them, they're not full of preservatives.
They're not like what was it? The chicken Florentine, and the cheese lasagna, and even the burrito stack are relatively low in different ingredients. Like it's a pretty simple list of very identifiable ingredients that you would use just making cheese lasagna, for instance, or essentially a creamy noodle chicken thing, because there's chicken Alfredo and there's chicken Florentine, and both of them don't have much in the way of added preservatives.
And so what was it Dad said to you when you were a teenager and you were going shopping for your own treats, essentially to treat yourself, keep your sanity going?
He said ideally you would want as few preservatives or unusual ingredients. You want like a shorter paragraph. You don't want an essay, an ingredient list. If the ingredient list looks like a short essay, particularly he knew I was buying ice cream. He's like, look for more like a brief synopsis ingredient list versus an essay. And he's like, ideally you would just want fewer ingredients because it's easier to taste if there's something off. Like maybe you don't like a certain preservative or chemical they're using, so now to start avoiding that because you don't like it. Versus when there's a whole essay ingredient list, it's harder to figure out what is this thing that tastes kind of funny, or to know that you don't really like it. Versus it's so he'd recommend that I would find an ice cream ingredient list that's just 7 ingredients. Can you find one that's that short or less?
And that's why often the real recommendation is if you're going to get easy to make food because just you don't have the spoons, definitely prioritize frozen, canned, and fresh over shelf stable, because we now know what it is about preservatives that the body is not, is bad for the body. And that is the way you preserve is you make it inhospitable to microbes. Your gut health is microbes. So those preservatives attack your gut health and make it harder to stay healthy and digest things happily and just keep generally a sense of well-being about you, because if your gut's not feeling well, none of you will feel well. And that's why it's
look at the frozen vegetables. Instead of you cutting up fresh green beans, the frozen vegetables often, for at least the great value version, the only ingredient is that vegetable or maybe a little bit of salt, and that's it. That's it. You didn't have to chop it up. Same with their frozen fruits. Again, it's just the fruit. There's rarely ever another ingredient beyond the ones that are pictured on the cover.
Although one exception, one of the few is meats, especially seafoods. They often use several phosphates to help preserve the moisture levels in it, and see if you can get the ones that don't have those. It's not a deal breaker, but it's just every bit you can reduce is good.
Yeah, so you can find, or at least we find sometimes, frozen shrimp that the only other ingredient other than shrimp is salt.
Yeah.
That's fine. It's just it literally says salt. It's not a certain kind of salt. It's just salt.
Oh, sometimes they will get fancy and say it's sea salt.
Sometimes, yeah. When it gets fancy, y'all, which I'm like, did you just freeze it with salt water? Anyway, that's a whole nother matter. But
we just brought it out of the ocean. We rinsed it in the ocean water, and then we froze it. IQF. It's got sea salt.
It's fine. But
I have found that doing batch food also helps.
Oh yeah.
So like I'm gonna make egg salad, but I'm gonna make enough for like 5 sandwiches
Yes.
at the same time. Or when I
Exactly.
make chili, I make a big crock pot and then I freeze half of it.
Yes.
Mhm.
So when
One
I
of the-
do
Yeah.
work up the spoons to actually cook something, freeze that sucker.
One of the
Yeah.
things like that keeps Glory sane and happy, she's reminded recently to herself, is she needs a I don't know actually what the right culinary word is, but essentially a protein salad. So whether that's chicken salad, tuna salad, salmon salad, but often a
Shireen,
mayo based
fake crab,
baked crab,
shireen
crab
salad.
louie, or really crab Glory, because she definitely has customized it
Told
to
me my
herself.
crab Louis or shrimp Louis was not Louis anymore. He knows what I put in it, and he's like, that ain't Louis. And I'm like, fine, should we call it Glory? Because it's a combination of what Dad and I both like.
Yeah, it's like I'm not saying there's anything bad about it, but just that's not Louis.
There, he's right. It's got a lot more in it.
But she likes,
That's
and so yeah,
Louisa.
she'll have that several times in a week. But she needs one of those.
Yeah,
a
because
week
like it's
for her
easy to
mental
then
happiness.
feed myself that way. Because then I just need bread or a cracker to go with it, and like or even like lettuce boats. Just like pieces of lettuce, and then just put it in there and eat
Or
it.
egg salad, or even our deluxe potato and egg salad. Which again, they're always complete protein meals. Like they have proteins, they have a little bit of fat in them. They are complete nutrition, so you don't have to worry about, oh, am I getting all my stuff? No. There's always some vegetable, there's always proteins, there's always a little fat. You don't have to think about it. It's just you can snack on it even if you need to.
So, like that is you essentially, doing the batch stuff buys you time later when you're running low on spoons or running low on executive function or just time and energy. And that is wonderful to do. That's important to do. We're advocating. By the way, I'd like to point out that if you are in our Discord server, Unicorn Council server, I do try to, and I'm going to try in 2022 to post more regularly in the meal planning geekery section. So what I posted over the weekend was a whole bunch of instant mashed potato bowls ideas of how to make these. So yes, of course, you could make your own mashed potatoes from scratch. And you could even, if you wanted to, make like 5 pounds of it and then save it in the fridge or the freezer and then bring these down, heat it up, and then do these bowls. Or you could just do instant mashed potatoes. And I call them 1, 2, 3 instant mashed potatoes because that's what it says on the back of my box since the early 90s. It's 3 steps. It's 1, 2, 3, and you have instant mashed potatoes. So that's what I think of as it's 1, 2, 3 instant mashed potatoes. And you literally, you don't have to buy the fancy instant mashed potatoes. The ones are like $1 a pack. You could buy 2 for $2 or whatever it is, probably now $2.50 at, for instance, Walmart, for the 2-pound box of instant mashed potatoes. Highly recommend you then immediately move it over to an airtight container. And then you have you can make instant mashed potatoes anytime you want because you can make them in the microwave, y'all.
But make sure to add butter. They need a fat. Don't just
or
do
margarine
water
or whatever. I understand some people live a vegan lifestyle or kosher or whatever. I get it. But yeah, add a fat. You can use olive oil if your doctor has recommended. You can use olive oil or even canola oil or sunflower oil. You just need an oil in there. But yeah, you just make the instant mashed potatoes the way the directions say, which is mostly you heat up the liquid.
Mm-hmm.
And you put the instant mashed potatoes, and then you stir and let it sit 5 minutes, and is done. And then from there, you know how KFC has these, bowls, and all it is because y'all know they're not making mashed potatoes from scratch, right? Y'all know this. Please tell me there's nobody still fantasizing that the employees at KFC are pulling sacks of potatoes out and peeling these babies. They are not. It is out of a box. And that is all when you're paying for the little container. That's a little scoop of mashed potatoes. It is instant mashed potatoes. And they don't even add milk. It's water. And so you can add milk, or you could add almond milk, or whatever rice milk, whatever you guys like to do.
Or butter and cream.
Or but yeah, well yeah,
or heavy cream
heavy
Yes.
cream,
and
half and
butter.
half.
Never
Sour
done
cream.
that before.
Look,
I mean, sour cream makes
I
everything
just
better.
explained to you the fat is good for you and your gut.
Yeah, no, fat actually is very good for you.
So
The only indicator, as Gloria likes to point out, from that twin study in Utah was the amount of milk fats they got.
that's the only difference. In women who had naturally spontaneous occurring identical twins, and or fraternal twins, just any twins, versus those who had single childbirths, was how much full fat dairy they consumed. That's literally the only difference. And so their theory is that full fat dairy has added health benefits, which would make sense that it would have added health benefits for both cow and calf.
Oh,
So,
and real quick, speaking of full fat dairy, another piece of science they don't talk about a lot, and fad diets are the devil. Never have dairy products without fat. Just like you
non-fat
never
dairy.
have eggs that are not complete.
Egg whites without
whites
their
alone.
yolk. There's an actual issue with consuming egg whites, particularly undercooked egg whites, and it will leach biotin and other nutrients out of your body. And the only reason why complete eggs don't do that is because of the yolk. The yolk actually has chemicals that prevent your body from leaching out these like biotin.
So at least put some yolk back in after you get the effect. If you're doing like, a meringue or something, have some yolk somewhere else in that. Because yeah, egg whites by themselves and milk without the dairy fat are both actually bad for your health.
You know
Noticeably
full
bad.
well that Nia has pulled over from her driving to put this
She's
in the
back.
chat, and then has gotten back on the road, or is about to is trying to merge back on, because she got her child. She was driving around to their errand to no, you know full well that's what happened. I don't think you were. I don't know. Did you want twins? Okay. Anyway, but yeah. So I put a whole bunch of ideas. If anyone else has ideas for these instant mashed potato bowls or just mashed potato bowls, you could also put those into that Discord server channel on our Unicorn Council. If you need an invite, please let me know. I'll be happy to send you one. Because I am trying to put more food ideas in there for everyone. For when you need an idea, you're just running out of inspiration, or you're just help feed me. Tell me what to make, and I will then make it.
Do you have a good bulgogi beef recipe?
So do you need bulgogi, or do you have bulgogi and then you want things to go with it? Where are we?
I just want to eat it.
You
So I need to buy some beef.
Actually, yeah, I came across somebody had the sauce packet for bulgogi for a while, at least on my local Walmart app. And I was looking it up, and I was like, I found some very simple and easy, it's like, let's say it's half bulgogi. It's like, it's a little easier than actual bulgogi, but it's that whole flavor profile, because ain't nobody got time for that. Let's be perfectly honest. Unless you got a grandma in the kitchen to cook for you. Ain't nobody got time.
Okay, although this typo did remind me, did feel like it did bring it up real quick, which is there is one set of dried potatoes that are worth spending a little bit extra on.
The Deseret ones?
Yes.
That's what we call what you can, if you happen to know somebody who is a member of, the
LDS.
Latter-day Saints Church, and they make their community makes regular orders, if they'll let you tack onto their order some butterbud potatoes. They are very low on the preservative side, and they are delicious. So yes, we have been known to be like, just here's my $20. Please get me $20 worth of butterbud potatoes, instant mashed potatoes.
Because those do actually have some butter in them.
Oh my gosh, it's been so long.
You need to get your mom to ship you some so you can be living the right life. Okay, I'm there. I said it.
I had a friend for many years
or your mom can ship it to me. I'll just Venmo.
I had a friend who grew up in LDS and just talked about how the rest of the canning, but he and his brother would just each steal a can to their room, so at night they would just snack on reaching into the number 10 can
Mhm.
of butter buds and just going,
Just eating dry instant mashed potatoes with butter buds.
Oh,
Both
those
of these
is it the
boys.
potato pearls?
Yeah.
Yeah, we had tons of 10 cans of those.
Yes. I mean, but they are really good, and they are surprisingly incredibly low on preservatives.
Yeah.
Like, they are actually, if you want flavored instant mashed potatoes, the only one I can honestly recommend with like a full heart is what we call the Deseret brand.
But other than
Straight
that,
from Salt Lake City.
but other than that, if you're just getting potato flakes, there's no difference in them. There's no real taste. It's a simple potato carb. Add in your taste, when you rehydrate them.
Yeah. Like if you want to use chicken stock or vegetable stock instead of milk, give it a try. See what you think. If you want to stir in cream cheese instead of butter, live your best life, my darlings.
You want to stir in some shredded cheese?
Oh, yeah.
And make yourself a loaded, mashed potatoes.
The cheesiest mashed potatoes known to man. It just the spoon holds straight up. There's so much cheese in it.
Okay.
You live your best life, my darlings. I want you this.
We called them Ashley's mashed potatoes because we made them for her wedding. But it's like marjoram spice and cream cheese and cheddar cheese and 3 different types of potatoes.
Oh, yeah.
And sour cream. And oh my gosh, they blow your mind.
Heaven. Yes.
And they're so thick.
Oh, yeah. Live your best life. But yeah, that was what it occurred to me, because I've had a couple people tell me privately how much they love the KFC bowl that you can get. So I literally looked it up to go, what's in this KFC bowl?
All right. I think it's
instant mashed potatoes. It is a little bit of popcorn chicken or cut up chicken tenders. It's a little bit of their corn, their chicken gravy, which they do a packet. I know, I have had several friends who work at KFC. It is the McCormick packet, or they may have now gone off brand with Cisco. It's just a packet of chicken gravy, which you can get from any grocery store known to man. And a little bit, like the most smattering of shredded cheese. It's not even generous. Of just shredded white and yellow. It's supposed to be cheddar. Y'all know it's not. And that is it. You could do this at home. You could do it where it will be hot and fresh, and then you sit down with your show, and it will cost you a hell of a lot less. It also, you now know what's in the food. So again, you can be monitoring your preservatives, knowing that you're getting your full nutrition, and it costs so much less, so you can have it more frequently. And look, you just get the ready-made chicken tenders and put it in your toaster oven or your oven. And then you just cut them into 3s or 4s each tender. You are done. I promise you, it's not like, oh, glory, so much work. This is not what work is. Also, you don't have to make the gravy over a saucepan. You can literally bake it in a bowl in your microwave. And just like Laura said, you just freeze the rest in little baggies. It's really easy. And so you can be living your best life, eating the foods you actually want to eat, and still be eating better quality. It's the same thing. Like, yeah, you just use frozen corn and microwave it. I have been known to just eat frozen corn out of the bag, frozen, and let it like thaw in my mouth. And
we
it's
would
delicious.
snack on frozen peas.
But you know what's really good? Again, is the freeze dried corn.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever had you can just eat it like popcorn? Oh, God, it's so good. Yeah, there's a bunch of things that we used to order from the Deseret Supply Co-op through a friend of ours.
We would have like family time once a week, and we would have a dessert after. And we were broke growing up, so our dessert was frozen grapes with little teeny things of whipped cream on our frozen grapes. It was so good.
Oh, come on. I have to ask. I know I'm awful, but just, someone else who grew up broke. But was it whipped cream or was it Cool Whip?
Was it Cool Whip?
It may have depended on the month.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Or not Ready Whip. What was that powdered whip stuff?
Dream Whip?
Dream Whip. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. That was the stuff. That was good stuff. Okay. All right.
Yeah, it's definitely time to take a break.
We're now ready to take a break. I have loaded.
Oh, I ended a poll.
I loaded Laura's puppy timer.
Oh.
Real quick, what makes a product healthy?
According to our chatters.
38% said how it makes me feel. 30% said nutrition. 30% said science. And the truth is, it's probably actually closest to how it makes you feel, as we said.
Mm-hmm.
You know, science does have some ideas, and so does nutrition. But actually, as we're finding, nutrition science is still a soft science. They're still working on getting that replicatable.
So, like, if everybody else says it's great, but it makes you feel like crap, it's not good for you.
You might be allergic to something in it. Who knows?
You never know. You never know. So, we're going to take a 10-minute break. May again recommend, do you have hydration? We are a hydrate or dihydrate community here. Do you have a snack? Is it time to get the writer du jour favorite snack, I assume, of all time? Popcorn or any other snack? Hot cocoa, anything?
Cheese.
Hot cocoa.
Oh, yeah, some hot tea, some herbal teas.
I have Rolo hot chocolate.
Oh, well, look at Laura, truly trying to live her best life.
We can get every other one, but not Rolo here.
Not Rolo. It is not.
What is up with that
America.
BS?
You have
I saw an entire display of, like, you know, whatever those chocolate mints are.
Andes?
No, the
After
little
Eights?
drops.
Oh. York peppermint patties?
I don't quite remember. It's sort of like York, but it's smaller ones. They're like drops.
Yeah.
They're like peppermint drops that are chocolate, that are soft. But like, we can get those. We can get, you know, several of the other from that same chocolate company, but not Rolo.
Not Rolos.
What is this BS? Oh yeah, we can get Sugar Daddy hot cocoa. It's like,
it's not the same. Rolo. It's not Rolo. So
there it is. Yeah, Junior Mints.
On this lovely winter afternoon evening, is it Junior Mints?
Yeah.
What about making yourself a quick hot cocoa, and then we'll meet you back here in approximately 10 minutes, where we will continue to talk about good health, including probiotics. How can I even tell if it's worth it or not? Soap. I have issues with soap, or maybe I don't know I have issues with soap.
Hot chocolate. Rolo hot chocolate.
We
can get Rolos.
Allergies. Is laundry racist? Do you know how many people keep asking me that one? We'll talk about detergent. Why? And also my personal one. Why are people still washing their meat? Yeah. Men's clothes. Why are people still washing their meat?
Wash your meat?
Yep.
Yes.
I have never heard of this.
Yes. Okay. We'll definitely talk about that. And again, back to, because we said it was going to be about skin, we're going to talk about blue light filters. Again.
Also, though, like, how, believe me, all of this does actually affect the skin, including laundry.
Yes.
All of this does actually affect the skin.
Sherry, because you separate the colors. That's why they keep asking me, is people literally will tell me they don't like to separate their fabrics, the colors, because they don't want to be a racist. And I'm like,
you have missed the point.
It's
you
not
the entire point
of systemic and racist. I'm like, okay.
Systemic endemic.
Endemic. Thank you. Of like, okay. So we're going to talk about laundry and how separating your fabric colors is not racist and is important. And when we come back, y'all are all laughing at me, but people are privately contacting me, and they have been for now 15 years, explaining why they don't separate their colors is because they don't want to be racist. And I'm like, what?
It's okay. I would cry when my mom's nylons ripped, because nylons have feelings too, you know.
That has never occurred to me, but that sounds adorable. But also,
great little toaster, like,
yes, okay.
Oh gosh.
Oh dear. Okay, so we're gonna go to a quick break. Again, maybe it's time for a hot cocoa break. And we will see y'all back here in approximately 10 minutes while we adore pictures, videos of sweet little Roy as a puppy, as well as a variety of other people's dogs. See you in just 10 minutes. Oops. Beepity beep. Beepity beep. Beepity beep beep beep. Boom. Yay, we made it.
Yay! I had a peanut butter and cherry jelly sandwich with milk.
Nice. Good stuff. I had popcorn. A little bit of coffee. Good stuff. You're still muted, babe.
I took a bio break.
Brought me a prop to talk about soap.
And I feel like because we've had a lot of people join in the last 40 minutes, I'll post again the tweet thread of this dermatologist of like, here, unsubscribe from all those TikToks and Instagrams about, here's what you do for your skin. Here's everything we know that works. Don't listen to anything else. Like, this is it. There's been nothing really new in the last 20 years. Here's
Shark Tank would have you think differently with all those ads.
Yeah. Oh, I know. Like, here's a dermatologist like, nope, this is all reasonable. This is all stuff we've actually, heard from our parents, from our research, everything. This person really does just go over it.
Okay, so we'll talk about laundry, which means we will then talk about soap, detergent, which will lead us to talk about soap, which will lead us to talk about skin, cleansing, dermatology stuff. How about that? Okay. And I meant it when I said, I have had a shocking number of people tell me they do not separate their colors in their laundry when they wash because they don't want to be racist. Now, granted, you could make an argument that the majority of people who've said this to me do live in Mississippi, so insert your joke there. And I guess technically they would be valid. But you can separate the colors and weights of your laundry and not be racist.
It's been so long since I've heard someone actually say jank.
Is it janky enough? Okay, anyway.
And just real quick, just also for my own research, just so y'all know.
Cotton colors can run and do run in hot water of 125 degrees Fahrenheit, 45 degrees Celsius, but synthetic fabric requires much hotter water than a home system will ever be capable of. Like residential hot water heaters do not get above 140 degrees Fahrenheit normally.
Period.
Like, I'm not aware of any that are capable of it, at least for residential. Now, if you happen to live in a home where y'all, for whatever the reason, got a great deal on a commercial hot water heater, all bets are off. Read your manual, please.
But synthetics require much hotter just to get them to accept the dye in the first place. So to get them to run, you again have to get it up that temp. And that's what's like.
So, okay, so yeah, if you use hot water, which I have been known to use hot water. I have been known to wash my laundry with just pure hot water, like purely whatever comes out of the hot water tank. And really, there are a couple reasons, and most of them are for sanitizing reasons to use hot water. However, be aware that bleach breaks down very fast in hot water. The hotter the water, the faster bleach will break down into its simpler components. So you will not get as long of a bleaching time if you are using pure hot water. So when I wash my whites, and again, I'm talking about laundry, not people, then what I'm washing in my whites is my pure all white shirts, like with no prints or anything, pure all white washcloths, which are not normally like truly thick quality, heavy terry cloth. They are thinner. What I really buy most of the time is sold at Sam's Club as hotel washcloths. And in fact, I find them at a lot of motels. like specifically the Sam's Club one. And that's what I buy because I can bleach these. So I feel better about using these all white terry cloth washcloths if I need to, say, entirely wipe down a faucet area and I don't know what I'm going to get. And when I say that, I mean down here, the freshwater lines have a tendency to grow a particular type of brown algae. And so the brown algae then will build up around faucets and faucet handles because the water, ends up splashing there. And then the algae grows. And then there I am trying to get all the brown algae off. And so then the brown algae will stain fabrics. So that is why I use bleach on my white washcloths for sanitizing reasons. But when I wash whites, what I actually do is first I wash them in hot water and detergent only. And it's a whole load. And then I do not take that load out once the washing machine is done. I start the load over with just bleach and warm water. And then the load goes again. And that way I'm able to first sanitize with hot water, whatever would be sensitive to hot water, and whatever is left, the bleach gets. Because the way bleach works is it makes the cells explode.
Actually, bleach does the same thing as heat. It is liquid fire chemically.
There are certain microbes that are not as sensitive to 130 degree heat, but bleach will work on.
Mm-hmm.
However, in order to do that, I would need to use a lot of bleach, and I don't want to use that much bleach, partly because it does leave this chlorine smell on a lot of cotton fabrics or cotton blend fabrics. And bleach breaks down fabric faster. Again, some of these washcloths, y'all, I've had 20 years and they have gone through the system of a double washing. I do not do the rest of my clothes this way, just the whites that I am trying to sanitize. And this is how I do it. I realize right now it is a lot of trouble for a lot of people if you do not have an at-home washing machine. And I am telling you right now, if it is too much trouble, don't worry about it. But try one or the other each time you wash your whites. One time you'll do the detergent and hot water, and the next time you'll do the bleach and, mild water. Okay? Do that, especially if you're having to drag all your laundry downstairs to a laundromat. How about that? Because any is better than none, and we're going on good, better, best system. Now, then I also separate blue jeans and other particularly dark blue and black fabrics together. I do not normally wash more delicate dark fabrics, so with blue jeans, because blue jeans will wear out all your other clothes. If I have a lot of blue jeans and a lot of heavy towels that are darker in color already, I'll just wash them together because, looking at washing fabrics by weight does matter. However, I'm not about to wash lighter colored towels with blue jeans because often blue jeans will keep leaching out color, even now in the 21st century. Particularly Levi. There are ways you can treat jeans to get them to not do this as much. It involves a salt bath and a pot, an enormous stock pot. You know what? I never got time for that. There, I said it. I do not have time to be a witch in the kitchen with a 20-quart pot and a pair of men's blue jeans. I just don't have that time. And an entire box of kosher salt or rock salt. I don't have time. But you can keep cotton fabrics that tend to run, the dyes tend to run, you can give them a hot salt bath and it will seriously prevent them leaching dye later. Like noticeably it will make a difference. Or every 5 years you could just re-dye your blue jeans. It's which end are you doing it? Are you betting that these blue jeans will last 5 years? Then maybe you want to do the rock salt bath, hot bath. But if you're like, I don't know if these will survive because maybe I have chubby thighs.
Exactly.
Then I'll just, maybe whoever survives 5 years, maybe then I'll dye them. They never survive them. Because, yeah, I have big thighs and a butt to go with it. So, I separate the darker blue jeans and heavy dark towels. Wash them together. They will take forever to dry. They usually take, honestly, 1 to 2 full dryer settings to dry because they take forever. Unless, again, you have a commercial dryer at your hand, and that's your business.
So, my sister and I were in England at an Airbnb. They didn't have a dryer, and we washed our jeans. It was kind of winterish time. So 3 days later, after they were hanging on the line, they were finally mostly dry.
Mostly dry. Yeah, that's how it is when you have to wash clothes. Yeah. We didn't used to have a dryer growing up in the 80s. We didn't get a dryer till the 90s. And yeah, that's why my mother was against blue jeans. And I only had one pair. And then I learned why I also, at 9 years old, was not a fan of blue jeans. Particularly trying to dry any time of the year in South Mississippi, the subtropics.
Same for the Philippines.
I have not had anyone buy me towels since my wedding. And that was that was 2001. And Tom has bleached all of those for a variety of reasons, most of them accidental. And then we found out what color they turned out to be after bleaching.
Not what you expect.
Never the color you expect. So now I have different color.
Completely different. You'll never guess what their original color was.
You'll never guess what they originally were. So, that actually, it felt kind of appropriate since, divorce. So that worked out. So then with whatever is left, it's then you just separate them into lights and darks. And the reason why is because often fabrics are cotton blends. And so if there's cotton in there, more than likely that color may run a bit. So that is why whatever is left after the jeans and the towels and the whites is just separated into lights and darks.
Although if you are truly lazy, but you have a little bit of extra money, who was it? Clorox? Catcher? Yeah, I can't remember which company it is. It does work.
So yeah, you can buy this, and then you don't have to separate your lights from your darks, and it's just called Color Catcher.
And, I swear wash it in hot water.
It looks like they've repurposed fabric dryer sheets. But it does work. And so that is the reason that we separate lights from darks, is because if you don't separate and some of the dye leaches out of even one of the things in the washing machine, it will then start clinging to other things in the washing machine. And eventually all your colors will have this sad sort of Mildred gray. Mildred, she's the orphan in your family that nobody really wants, but they don't want to put her in foster care. So they just cart her around to different families every couple years. And they put her in leftover hand-me-downs, and they're always gray tinged. It's Mildred gray. I've yet to use my detergents for whites. I just don't have a lot of whites, and that's fair. Yeah. If you don't have many whites, then you don't need to separate whites. But, again, that's why we separate lights from darks and heavy from, lighter fabrics. So, for instance, this fabric is quite thin, and I would never wash these with towels or blue jeans because they catch. It's got like this metallic thread that runs through it. Oh, God, it'll catch on anything. And I never run this in the dryer. Did you see the detergent ad where the girl washes her... Wait, no, what?
What?
That sounds horrifying.
That sounds like I missed those worst commercials from around the world.
Oh my God. But feel free to send me a link on any of my platforms. I definitely would like to see this hot mess. Is it English language or is it... Oh, I know it sounds... Well, it obviously sounds memorable. I'll say that. So... I think it was French. Okay. I was like, wow.
I mean, that does kind of sound French.
What ad company would want to put their name on it? Okay. But Nevertheless, that's what I do with laundry. So with detergents, so I have a controversial subject to mention. Does it mean I'm coming for anybody? No. Does it mean I'm coming for you? No, that's your paranoia. So here it goes. A lot of perfumes, it turns out, are being made using chemicals that we now know are not good for human lungs and human bodies. And so technically it would have been classified as air pollution, except because it is now used as a perfume instead of an additive or a preservative or just a chemical used in processing, since it is now used as a perfume, it is not listed as air pollution, and people are paying to bring these in their homes. And I am looking at you, Glade. So they're not the only ones, though. So be aware that there are some very popular laundry detergents and fabric softeners that some of them use some of those type of perfumes that might otherwise be classified as air pollution. And people are bringing them into their homes and using them on their clothes and inhaling them all the time. It is something to be aware of, particularly if you have anybody with asthma in your home, or if you ever invite anyone with asthma into your home. It is something to be aware of. Again, I am definitely not trying to come for anybody, because look, we're all just trying to live this life. And you know what? If you have something that smells nice and it brings you happiness, then you definitely have my blessing. And I'm just bringing it up to be aware of. So like, you see these detergent additives that add long-lasting scent to your clothing. Many of those use products that would otherwise be classified as pollution.
And also there's if your health is not perfect, oftentimes people will get rashes when they wear these clothes, and they will say, oh, it's because I've now developed an allergy to this soap, when it's not the detergent, it is the scent they're using.
Yeah.
And that's actually a sign also that you need to go see a doctor and say, I've recently developed an allergy to my detergent. There's something else going wrong.
So what often it is what's called mast cell activation. MAST cell, CELL, activation syndrome. So where people are developing kind of spontaneous allergies to things that aren't proteins, since technically speaking, an allergy is protein based.
Otherwise, it's a sensitivity.
If it's chemical. A sensitivity. So often it has to do with mast cell activation. And there's essentially you're looking at an immune system that is overreacting to things, but it's not autoimmune exactly. And often an asthma diagnosis turns out to be in reality a mast cell activation that has yet to be diagnosed. So, which is why my favorite asthma medication, montelukast or singular, is so good, because it turns out the side effect is it actually reduces mast cell activation. They did not know this when they originally came up with it, because they barely knew mast cell activation existed at the time. So it's just something to be aware of. And if you notice that you tend to be very sensitive to other people's perfumes, like it causes you to sneeze for hours, or gives you a headache when you smell it, or you have any other very sensitive reactions to a variety of airborne things, you may want to research mast cell activation.
Oddly, the best medication you can take for it is an over-the-counter. No kidding. Like, we only know this because we came across the article where the researchers are like, so it turns out nothing beats this substance that nature makes for dealing with it. And it's quince. You get it from apples. Dang it, I've forgotten it now. Let me go look it up. But Glory was taking it for a while, and it does help.
It does help. So it's just something to be aware of, is these long-lasting perfumes. They are often using chemicals that many people are sensitive to, because these chemicals would otherwise be classified as air pollution. So just something to be aware of. And again, I am not coming for anybody's Glade. I am not coming for anybody's scented candles. I myself literally own scented candles and love it. Although I would say I recommend, if you can, candles with lids or putting lids on your candles when you're not lighting them, unless you are more familiar with what they were using to make the candles, so that you're not all the time breathing it, in case you later develop a mast cell activation diagnosis, so that your air is your air unless you want to change your air, if that makes any sense at all. But as I said, I ain't coming for anybody's candles, anybody's air fresheners. You do you, honey. I literally own a bunch of essential oils. Yes, I do have lavender oil and tea tree oil and rose hips. Yeah, I got it all. I got eucalyptus oil. So I want to make it very clear. I'm not trying to trigger or attack anybody on this, because I have had people yell at me before when I have mentioned that some of the perfumes and detergents are technically, if they were listed individually and not as perfume, they would be listed as air pollutants. And I wasn't trying to come for anybody's gain. There, I said it, gain. But it's just something to be aware of in case, you have loved ones with asthma or other perfume sensitivities. It's something just simply to be aware of. So yes, how did we deal with it when I had developed, I was having a lot of mast cell issues? We switched to the world's cheapest laundry detergent because they're not paying for perfume. That's, the kind of laundry detergent they sell in buckets. Big old buckets with just a sticker slapped on it. You could then use the bucket for mopping.
For anyone wondering, that's how you spell
quercetin.
Is like that is what
I love lavender. I love real lavender oil. I love it.
Yeah, the only problem with lavender at all is do not put it on or use it a lot around young boys.
Because of the estrogen.
It mimics an estrogen.
Yes. Which is how they have found little baby boys that have developed breasts. I've seen pictures with the little baby's head is like blurred out, and he's got like, those look like little memories. Genetics is wild. So anyway, so that brings me to detergent. There's a bunch of detergents. And again, I'm not coming for anybody, and I have no strong opinions about how you live in your life. That's it. There are a variety of detergents, such as detergents for like all color bleaches that brighten colored clothing, and they do work very well. Here's what I have to say about all detergents. Please read the label. I know it's controversial. You can come for me later. Just be sure to @ me when you come at me. So reading the label will tell you how to use it. Reading the label will describe what it's intended for, and so that you can then have it used effectively. Also, a lot of people don't realize that you don't need as much detergent as you think you do. So most of the time, with a few exceptions, you can use half of what the recommended detergent amount is in a full load, and it will be as effective. The reason they're saying the amount that the manufacturer is recommending is they are assuming that everybody works at a mechanic shop or at Ingalls Shipyard, or they're working out on the farm in the fields, and they're coming home caked in mud and grease and chemicals. And that is the amount of detergent required to clean their clothes if you are dealing with genuinely like incredibly dirty, nasty clothing. But Gloria, I just want to pick one and be loyal to it forever and ever and ever. I get it.
I will say though, as far as what will work for
loyal,
everything,
I'll go with the bargain basement supermarket laundry detergent that they just
all free and clear.
Yes.
we'll work on everything. I haven't found a single person who's got anything sensitive to that because they do a lot of research. So it's
We've
safe for
tried.
babies.
So that was the one that I didn't react to. I didn't get rashes from. That was the one. I've had several people I know or who've been brought to me because, oh, Gloria, you're the one with chronic illness. Can you please help my friend who suddenly developed a chronic illness? And she keeps breaking out in rashes, and we think it's laundry detergent, but what could she use? Or he use? Or my poor baby is covered in terrible rashes and scabs all of a sudden after he got a cold 4 months ago. And the doctor said, you need to change the laundry detergent. And I've tried everything I could find. And he still is in scabs and brought the baby like somehow I needed to verify. Poor baby. I did actually have some advice on the baby too, Skin. And we will get to that, I promise. And the answer I have is the all clear. It's the only one I found that tends to be available in almost every grocery store or any other store that sells laundry detergent. But like it's not necessarily sold at laundromats is the problem. So you got to buy it somewhere. And then honestly, for the most part, because it is a little bit expensive, at least by our budget, you do need to watch the circular ads because it does tend to go on sale on most grocery circular ads every 3 months or every 3 to 4 months. It'll be on a pretty good sale where you want to stock up a bit. And that would get us through till the next grocery store ad where they would go on sale. So it's all clear. I don't know
Free
about
and
other
clear.
countries. Huh? What? All free and clear, excuse me. I don't know about other countries, what is available. However, what we were able to find is most countries that we looked up had, like, that company that makes all had that country's version of it, even if it was under that country's brand instead. They all tended to have this free and clear that babies did not break out from. Cherry says, I will say having a mother that reacts violently to scents, I just got used to using unscented or very mild scents. It's great habits now that I have a cat. Yes. So
cats do not handle most scents very well.
No, because they're so sensitive to it. Because their kidneys are not very good at getting rid of a lot of waste that humans' kidneys are able to easily get rid of. So that brings us to, from detergents, soaps. And again, I just want to make it very clear. If you want to use Tide, Gain, if you want to use something incredibly heavily scented, I applaud you, and it's good for you, and I'm glad you have it. And I'm glad it brings you joy. It's look, I know what it's like to go, that smells so good, and just be happy for the rest of the day. I've been there, okay? I'm just bringing up in case somebody is like, help, I need a research reference librarian. Hello, I'm here, and this is the research I've already done. So, hello, Morgan Lee. So, that brings us to soap.
Should I tell the difference real quick? What's the difference between a detergent and a soap?
Please, Tom, what would you like to show off? Yes.
I learned this when I was going through my knee surgery recovery. And I was sitting around with a guy who was working in our polymer science degree at the university. And someone asked him, because he was working on oil spills, how to clean them up. And it's real simple how to remember it. Detergents disperse things. They just break up the bonds so that everything will go into individual chemicals. And so it's easier to wash it away. Soap works by combining its little molecule with an oil molecule so it can now be taken away by water. And that's why soaps, you actually tend to have to use more of a product than you do with detergents, because detergents just break it all up and separate it up till it's small enough, kind of like when you homogenize milk. Now the fat molecules are so small they don't combine anymore. That's what detergent does for oils as well. But soap, you're going to need a bit more, because that lathering is it combining with proteins and fats to work.
Eva asks, is shampoo a soap or a detergent?
Depends on the quality of the shampoo. Cheap shampoos, those are detergents. That's why they truly strip the oil and everything out. And you need a good conditioner afterwards. Suave is just a detergent at this point.
So most, lower end shampoos will at least be a combination of both. They will have a detergent and a soap, a surfactant in it. Which does bring us to, is planning to talk about sodium lauryl sulfate. Naturally curly hair, but really everyone's hair. It's just naturally curly hair shows the effects of such a stripping detergent quicker than, say, straighter or just wavy hair. It doesn't show it as quick, but it will eventually show this straw-like feel, and that has to do with the detergent of sodium lauryl sulfate and its sister chemicals. You'll feel that stripping, that straw-like feel, and that is the detergent. It is repeated uses of a detergent that's stronger than what your hair and lifestyle need. So, hello, sweet Muppet baby.
Oh, gotta go.
He's like, oh nope, I didn't want to be seen. So, what the two things, like, even if you don't have naturally curly hair, if you go onto most websites devoted to naturally curly hair, you will see very quickly in the articles is death to sodium lauryl sulfate and death to silicone-based chemicals. Because these are the two things that really make naturally curly hair, and really all hair, whether it's straight or wavy or curly or even textured, it really shows quickly. Salty salt. And I said the sodium lauryl sulfate and all its sister chemicals strip. It's a detergent and it strips out. Now, what the silicone-based products like dimethicone and simethicone and all these cones, what it does is then it recoats the hair. Here is the problem. It prevents moisture, like humidity and water, entering the hair, the actual hair strand. And so over time, the hair gets drier and drier. And again, we're back to that straw-like feel. Because it cannot accept moisture. Hair is meant to, silicone is a relatively new chemical. It was not available 1,000 years ago, let alone 8,000 years ago. Our human hair has survived all this time. And in fact, we still find human hair from burials from 10,000 years ago. They still have their hair. Hair is very durable, but it's durable because it's meant to exist in this environment on Earth. And that means humidity as a way to stay moisturized. And it also means the kind of oils that your skin naturally makes, like sebum, but also like the oils that human beings have been putting into their hair for literally thousands upon thousands of years. That is what we have all been doing. And to suddenly add silicone-based products to it is an entire game changer. Also, I'm going to say it now, and I'm going to probably say it again. Mineral oil is not your hair or your skin's friend, because it does the same thing that silicone does, which is it prevents any moisture from entering your skin or your hair. It is not normal. What pomade and powder did... How have you watched that Abby Cox video she just came out with? Of like, I mean, all she needed to do was color that powder, and then people wouldn't have noticed. Hence, but that's all dry shampoo is. Everybody's spraying this ultra fine powder into their hair, and everybody's like, "My hair looks great."
So there's a bit of interesting irony of the world that I learned in part because of Gloria's adventures of no more sulfates in my shampoo. And also at the same time, her allergies to wine, because her health was a bit hard, wasn't doing well, and she was having a harder time processing the sulfur they use in wine. Here's the irony. I love this. It's how I remember. Sodium lauryl sulfate, that sulfate, bad for the hair. Fine for the body. Your body knows how to process sulfate internally. No problem.
It's not sulfites.
No. Sulfites, on the other hand...
The body doesn't know how to process sulfites. But
doesn't hurt the hair.
Fine. Ah, the world is filled with hilarity. The absurdity of being human.
Yeah, I don't know how to explain that irony other than that feels really ironic.
It's kind of funny. Okay. So I've covered that part about, like, ideally you would not use mineral oil on your hair or your skin ideally you will get off of what they call the creamy crack, which is silicone-based products. That is literally like the lingo.
Google that sometime.
They call it the creamy crack. I did not make this up. This is not me. But like, I thought it was hilarious that in the natural curly hair world, silicone-based products are called creamy crack. Oh, your hair looks great that first time you use it. But like the 40th time, it's all just straw. It's terrible because you need the sodium lauryl sulfate to get it back off your hair. And it's like you're in this never-ending cycle. Like, so pretty much I don't recommend that you get rid of the sodium lauryl sulfate in your shampoo and other hair products without also getting rid of all of the silicones in your hair products as well, because they both need each other. So it's just something to keep in mind. And again, you do you. If you're like, but Gloria, I love sodium lauryl sulfate. And I love silicone. And so what if I have to keep my hair shorter? It makes me happy. You do you, boo. I am not here to police jack about your life. I am here to cheer you on. I'm just letting you know all this research.
Although I will say, in the men's world, I love when women are like, why do what's up with men's hair? Y'all don't do, a quarter of what women are doing, and yet we like your hair more. Well, one, men's testosterone does tend to make your hair thicker.
Testosterone, definitely.
But also, I know it is against everything you believe, Glory, but I will say for me, it works fine. Cringe a little inside. The Head and Shoulders 2-in-1 that actually has some conditioner with the shampoo. For whatever reason, I do find doing a quick rinse with it and then actually leaving it in a bit for conditioner.
As I said,
like, fine.
It's like, look, I am not here to police your life. I'm just here to share with you the rest of the knowledge so that you are armed to better understand what you're looking at and what everybody's telling you, all these things of like, well, what is the problem with sodium lauryl sulfate? It's a detergent. Mm-hmm. It's very stripping. Also, some people, it doesn't do anything bad to their hair. It instead strips their scalp. And like they start developing rashes and they end up having a lot more dandruff and they don't know why. Dandruff tends to actually be caused by a fungal infection, hence why there's usually a smell associated with dandruff. Mm-hmm. And the fungal infection is due to the skin being stripped and not having its natural oils to essentially act as an anti-fungicide. Or a fungicide, I think, because I'm like, it's those two negatives and I think I'm making it a positive. So Megan says, I don't know what
antifungal or fungicide.
Okay.
Take your pick.
I don't know what's in my shampoo, but I think it does a great job of my hair, and I'm going to go read the label. That is all I want you to do. I want you to read the label and know what's in your products, and that works for you. That is ideally what I want you to do. It's just be familiar with what works for you and your hair and skin so that you know what to look for. God forbid your product is ever discontinued. You at least know what you're looking for in the next product.
Because everybody's skin and hair is different, what it needs and what it's fine without. I'm not here to tell you
how to live your life. I am here to merely share this information so that you have a clue what's going on. Or like, why are so many people like, no, please don't put silicone on my hair? Because I worked so hard to like grow it out. I mean, you really can, like, I could really tell the difference between my hair when I was using silicone products and then as I was growing it out. It was very different. It was a very different texture. Mm-hmm. And honestly, in some ways, it's like, I kind of miss how that was super curly because it was super curly because it was so stripped. Mm-hmm. But, it is as it is. So, all right, Glory, what are you using then? For freak's sake. What are you using? So, long time ago, and this is like 30 years ago now, because I used to read whatever dermatology books were in my local public libraries. I used to, and said, like, it may work for you because, maybe your sebum is of a different quality than mine and it's not stripping for yours. Like, you do you. I'm happy with that. So,
by the way, it's sodium lauryl sulfate in your toothpaste that makes orange juice taste bad. It blocks out all the sweet receptors. There are toothpastes that do not use sodium lauryl sulfate, particularly those from Japan and Europe, because they've been banned for internal body use. Even that's part of why you're not supposed to swallow your toothpaste. but that's actually what makes it taste bad. It's not the toothpaste or the peppermint or anything. It's that sodium lauryl sulfate that actually blocks your sweet receptors, and suddenly orange juice is rude.
So, so I read a book by a dermatologist back in the early 90s at my local public library, and he had 2 pieces of advice that I actually remembered and kind of stuck with that worked for me. Which is, number 1, if you wouldn't wash your face with it, why are you washing your hands with it? And he wasn't talking about when you need to wash your hands for commercial kitchen hygiene. He's like, or like if you need to wash your hands to do surgery. Like he's like, I'm making it very clear. I'm not talking about that. That's a very different kind of cleansing you need to do. Back in the early 90s, I believe they were still surgeons were washing their hands with an iodine filled soap, even though they were also still wearing gloves. So again, he's making it very clear. He's just talking about regular human use, not like specialty, like food prep or medical surgery, right? He was talking about regular life. He's like, if you wouldn't wash your face with it because it's too drying or stripping, why are you washing your hands with it and then coming to me and complaining that your hands are so dry and painful and crack and chapped? He said, what you need to do is you need to find yourself a very nice soap to wash your face with and then wash your hands with it in the bathroom instead. And then you need to stop using soap on your face so much. He's like, and what he said was, you probably don't need to use soap on your face, on your face more than once or twice a week. More often, you would do better to just use oils and then wipe it off and then go to bed at night. That would be ideal. But you may, if you're wearing makeup, you may need to first remove your makeup and then cleanse your face with oils the way we did several thousand years ago in the Mediterranean and Northern Africa. The way they bathed was they used soaps and then they scraped it off, including their face, their body. That is how Egyptians bathed. That's how most of Greece also bathed. Most of the Mediterranean, in fact, bathed that way of using olive oil. They slather it on, let it sit for a moment, and then scrape it or wipe it off with fabrics. And that was how they bathed. And it was very effective because what the oil does is it actually combines with the oils and waxes on your skin. And then when you remove it by scraping or wiping with a cloth, it then anything comes off. And all that is left is a very thin natural film of oil, as well as your own sebum oil, which is what is best for your particular skin. So I found myself a very nice non-drying soap for the face. And then this is what I've been using to wash my hands for 12 years. 12 or 13 years now. And I have had really great, my hands stopped cracking and bleeding in the winter time. I stopped having rough spots that felt like calluses but weren't actually calluses. My hands stopped feeling sensitive sometimes too, because it turned out like I was just like losing too much skin and it was getting kind of thin. And then I was developing these sensitive spots. Also, interestingly, my calluses went away. I didn't know my calluses had to do with having dry, rough skin, and then it was getting more friction and developing into calluses. So my writing calluses disappeared, but that took like 1.5 years for that to happen. So just FYI, I'm not like trying to advocate. But yeah, I found CeraVe because I was looking for the redness in my skin, the rosacea. Apparently, the current theory, it has to do with I have more sensitive skin, and so the elements, it's essentially making it more sensitive, and I need to essentially try to build up more barriers so that my skin's not having to work so hard. Also, let's be perfectly honest, I'm really pale, and my skin tone color is blood. It's just, you can literally see my veins. I'm pale. I did not choose this. Megan says another thing that helps with hand softness is making sure you dry your hands properly. Got that tip from someone with OCD who hand washes frequently.
Because water is actually drying.
Yeah, water is a universal solvent, and it will dissolve humans.
No, not that part. The no, with blood cells. I mean, with cells, it's you put a membrane between two things of water, and the one with salt pulls out the water.
Yeah.
Can't remember what that's called.
Osmosis?
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's osmosis, but if you have more dissolved solids on one side of the cells, it will pull water that doesn't have as many.
Air drying leads to drier skin than removing as much water as possible from your skin before you air dry. So normally I only wash my face itself about once or twice a week with soap or surfactants. And the rest of the time, if I feel like I need to cleanse my face, even after like a workout where I've sweated a whole lot, I actually use a milk cleanser, which is not really milk. Don't worry. But it is essentially like a lotion cleanser, and you just put it on and then you wipe it off. I mean, essentially, it's a modern version of olive oil and then wipe it off. But I find it's very gentle on my skin. And that's what works for me. Will that work for everyone? No, probably not, because you all have your own kind of skin. I just had to figure out what worked for me. Both of you could probably get away with just using like almond oil and wiping it off, and it'd be great. It's just I found that I tended to get little breakouts, little pimples, and I normally, like, even when I was in the height of my puberty, the most pimples I ever had on my face at any given time was 3. Don't hate me. Please don't. Hate. It wasn't my choice either.
She freaked out, by the way, when she got 3.
I did. I had an entire existential crisis. Because normally I only have 2 pimples at any given time. People thought I was using. My parents were buying me like all these nice stuff from the dermatologist. I hadn't seen a dermatologist at that point. It was just genetics versus like Tom and our little sister. They had so much acne. Our parents were concerned they'd have permanent scars. So it really goes to show you, even within a family, it truly is a dice roll. And definitely, like, the milk cleanser does not work well for them. They use different things for their faces because our skin, we can tell just by touching, our skin is very different. So it's even within our family, and we're all like full-blooded siblings. We all 3 of us have the same 2 parents. And it's just as it is. Hello, Carrie. However, yes, I have I only get super that need medicine to go away. Yeah, I only started getting some cystic acne.
Sebaceous cyst
acne in my mid-30s. And when I went to see my doctor, they said, oh, that's called PCOS. And I'm like, yes, I've been diagnosed with that since I was like 19. They're like, oh, we need to update your record. Yeah. But they said, yeah, it has to do with hormones. It doesn't have to do with anything else. So even though I had hardly any pimples as a teenager, in my mid-30s, I started developing sebaceous cyst acne. It's not super bad. Usually there's just one. It'll go away, and I'll get a different one. It's like they take shifts. They'll take 1 to 2 month shifts, and then that one will disappear, then a different. I'm like, great, thanks.
One thing I did want to bring up while we're talking about the face, and actually just about the body in general, though, but also your digestive system is actually part of your skin. It's all the same material. What you eat never technically goes inside your body because it still stays outside on the skin. You digest and it goes across the barrier. But one thing I know as teenagers and 20-somethings, I often misheard from those around me in my same age range, that I wanted to make sure to bring up was, so if you have oily skin, this may sound, it's very counterintuitive, but it means you need to put on more lotion and oils on your skin. It's producing those extra oils because it's dry. It's trying to compensate and keep the skin working. But it means you need to actually apply more lotion and oils, like light oils, like almond oil, to your skin, and it will reduce the oiliness of your skin.
When our sister was a teenager, because I'm 7 years older than her, and she had super bad acne. She was under the care of a dermatologist, taking antibiotics all the time for it. And then, like it's like uber puberty hit. And even the antibiotics weren't helping as much. And my mother was like, came to me of like, I'm so concerned she's going to have permanent scarring. What do you know? So there is a particular oil that I find very helpful on skin for me. And I tried it on my sister and it also helped. And that is, you can get this at some grocery stores. It's called grapeseed oil. Grapeseed oil is an acidic oil. So oils have pHs just like, most things, most chemicals, most liquids. Yeah, let's say liquids. Most things. And so what would happen is sometimes I would break out in contact dermatitis from chemicals and cleansers. I know my father wanted me to wear gloves. I didn't like the feel of a lot of gloves, like latex gloves, just before I found vinyl gloves. And so I tended to use a variety of cleansers without gloves on because, I was in my early 20s and I was a rebel. And so whenever I break out in contact dermatitis from like mostly the perfumes and cleansers, what I would do is coat my hands heavily in grapeseed oil. I tried a bunch of oils. I tried olive oil. I tried canola oil. I tried sunflower oil.
Coconut?
Yes, I did try. I tried the coconut oil that is solid at room temp. This was before liquid coconut oil is widely available, so I don't know about that one. Let's see. I also tried butter. Yes, I did try butter, and I tried
Put some butter on it.
I tried Crisco. I tried margarine. Like it happened frequently enough that I had opportunities to try a lot of things. So this is what I used to do to get rid of contact dermatitis on my hands because it hurts so much, and people also do not want to be around you when you've got little. Water-filled pustules on your hands. Like, I don't. So I coat my hands in the oil, and what I found was the grapeseed oil worked best. Put my hands in the oil, and then put gloves on. Like, if you're sensitive to latex would not work then. But like, I had, I would do other kinds of gloves. And then I would go work out, so I would sweat. And I'd have to work out like on the treadmill or elliptical trainer to like, I was in a full body sweat. And when your hands are sweating, the feel of, it's so squishy in these gloves now. The feeling. And then after I'd done a really good workout, i.e. a really good sweat, I would then sit down with the gloves still on and the hands still coated in oil within the gloves. Wait till I cool down and stop sweating. So usually for me, it takes about an hour to stop sweating. And then take the gloves off and gently wash my hands in. My favorite hand soap, but whatever you got that's gentle. And usually within 4 hours, the pustules would deflate, the water would disappear, and it would go, like, they would start healing. So what I was actually trying to do was, my theory was the contact dermatitis was from the pores in my hands taking in this chemical they didn't like, the perfume or whatever, and they were then reacting to it, and I needed to get it out of the pores by sweating it out. And the way to really get a sweat going is to use an oil, and it will help draw it out, help draw that sebum out, so that the sebum won't immediately just go back in, the sebum that has that chemical that's irritating your skin. And so that's how I deal with when I break out in contact dermatitis from touching something I shouldn't have touched, usually a perfume. So, that was how I found that grapeseed oil worked the best, the quickest. Oh my God, it was fantastic. Other oils, when I'd use it, like butter, took 2 days for the contact dermatitis pustules to deflate. Grapeseed oil, we're literally talking about sometimes even by the time I take my gloves off, a bunch of the pustules have already like deflated entirely, and it's just like little skin bits.
Pustules or water blisters?
Water blisters.
Okay.
I don't know. Like I used to see it used, but it wasn't pus in there. It was just little, it was water blisters. So when my mother came to me and was like, help me with your sister's skin, people judge people, like my mother wasn't being ableist about it, but she didn't want my sister, who already had been born with a bilateral cleft lip and a cleft palate and had like 18 surgeries in 18 years. She didn't want people to be having to deal with people being even more prejudiced about her appearance because she had acne scars. And so that was where I started using the grapeseed oil on my sister's face multiple times a week and sending my sister home with a bottle of grapeseed oil. And it's like, here's your cotton swabs or your cotton balls. Wipe your whole face with it, leave it on for a half hour, and then you can wipe it off or just fall asleep. And her acne really cleared up. Not to say it disappeared. It did not disappear. But like her face used to look like a war zone. Like it looked like, I am concerned about your health, because that's a lot of infection to have. Like it's a lot for the immune system to deal with.
And just a lot of inflammation on the skin.
It went down so much just from her putting the grapeseed oil on her face every night. Most of the time she admitted she'd forget to take it off, so she'd just go to sleep with it. And a lot of that inflammation, a lot of the more minor pimples went away. And honestly, it looked more like, just regular teenage acne.
I mean,
rather
part
than
of the problem,
a medical issue.
I'm saying part of the problem with acne, and part of the reason, teenagers are known for it, is just the sebum ramps up. And some people, the sebum is too dense. It's, it doesn't flow easily. It's not, an oil at room temperature. It's closer to, a wax.
Yeah. And that's how mine is too.
And putting that oil on there helps dissolve the wax. You have waxy buildup on anything, whether it's a vehicle or your face. If you want to actually remove the wax, you put an oil on there. A soap, it won't do nearly as much. That's why, like, if your dandruff, like mine, is actually more from just you produce a lot of sebum on your scalp, and so it builds up and it's harder for it to remove. It's actually better to start with a conditioner than it is a soap, because the conditioner will help dissolve all the oils on your scalp, and then use a mild shampoo to make sure the conditioner has been removed. Because leaving a regular commercial conditioner on your scalp can also cause irritations.
In fact, it is like an Ayurvedic method of cleansing that is 5,000 years old so far, where before you wash your hair, you actually totally coat your hair and your scalp in sesame oil or another liquid oil, and then you let that sit for at least 10 minutes, and then you wash your hair. And what that's doing is it is essentially helping break up the sebum on your scalp, so that you're going to get a very good clean without having to use such a strong detergent to strip your scalp. So again, and I have found that's been very successful. It's essentially, think about it. It's a hot oil treatment, but you don't have to use the heat part of that. It's an oil treatment. It's not going to hurt your hair. It's going to help clean it even more, because again, it's breaking up any waxy buildup, any product buildup, so that the soap actually is able to work better. So again, that is something to think about, is what is an oil that works on your face without causing you breakouts. Some people really like the grapeseed oil, but not everyone. Some people feel like it's a little too thin or even a little too acidic for them. Jojoba oil. I love jojoba oil. It is surprisingly affordable on online websites such as Amazon. I personally like Now Foods for buying my jojoba oil, in part because on Now Foods website you can actually look up each lot, and because they have tested those for purity. So hello, huge fan. Not sponsored, but would love to share with them my personal interests about their products, because I do really like their stuff. And so, but like, there's also almond oil. I've known many people who are like, whatever my massage therapist is using actually works best for my body and face. And I'm like, well, almost all massage therapists use almond oil unless you request otherwise.
Actually, often it's a combination of almond oil with grapeseed and a little bit of castor.
Mm-hmm.
That's the most common formulation.
So, it's really finding what kind of oil and viscosity of the oil works best for your skin. So grapeseed oil and jojoba oil are much thinner. They're, I think it's a lower viscosity. Wait, is the lower number the thicker viscosity? Yeah. You know what? Sorry, y'all have to look that up. But the thinner oil versus almond oil is a bit thicker. Olive oil is thicker. So figuring out what kind of avocado oil is quite thick, but I know a lot of people who find that avocado oil, which again you can buy at the grocery store, at very affordable prices. And if it's food grade, it's definitely cosmetic grade, because cosmetic grade has slightly less standards than food grade. So avocado oil, a lot of people have had some great success with avocado oil. For me, it's slightly too thick of viscosity. Again, like it doesn't pull when I have a reaction on my skin, it doesn't pull it out quite as quickly or easily as grapeseed oil, but it still works great. Also, it's wonderful in making a vinaigrette, I'm just saying. So, delicious. So it's things to think about is just a 4-ounce bottle will last you months. Like, it's not like you're going to tear through it in a month unless, you're just having a party.
Again, you just need a thin film on your face. You
like
don't need to pour it on.
A dime, maybe a quarter's worth at most. I mean, but I'm betting most people's faces are not as big as mine.
Yeah.
And why would you say that, Gloria? Why would you say such a weird thing? And the answer is because hardly any face masks fit us. Our face is too huge here.
Uber sent out...
Get the mask to fit.
Uber sent out a set of black reusable face masks. We cannot put on both of our ears at the same time.
You put on one ear and then it won't quite... I don't know. Because our faces are too huge. And that's just the lower part. Not even counting our enormous forehead. So, yeah, that's why I think...
If I lower my face mask to try to smell fruit at the store, most of the time I will break the string because I have now gone past its stretch limit on just the surgical mask. I mean, at least I can wear the surgical mask because they're so stretchy, but every so often I'll forget and I'll lower it instead of raise the entire thing up, and it pops.
So I'm just saying, I am telling you now, I've had a 4-ounce bottle of jojoba last me 4 to 8 months when I'm mostly using it on my face, my neck. Oh, look, whatever you put on your face, put on your neck. And right here, this area.
Your décolletage.
Okay. Well, I was thinking that was anyway. It doesn't matter. And my hands, and because that is how people judge people's ages. People judge your face, your neck, this area, and your hands. Well, okay, let me explain that. That's not true. People judge face, neck, and hands, and then dermatologists age you by this.
Because that actually gets the most sun.
So, but Gloria, what is this? Why are dermatologists checking this? Haha, do you know what's actually worse for this, aside from the sun? Perfume will wear this out because it interacts with the sun, and apparently terrible, horrible things happen when the sun hits perfume on human skin.
Yeah, perfume is best put on
it's
your
like
fabric.
Some kind of chemo thing or something. Like, it is so caustic to human skin.
No, seriously, like...
I am not exaggerating.
Every dermatologist will eventually tell you if you ask them and they think you're not going to try to attack them bodily.
They don't like to admit it, but
But yeah, if you put... Because the oils and carriers they use for the scents in...
Did you know people that have their perfume or their cologne right, and they'll spray right here like this, right? So they can get their clothes and their chest? That is the worst thing. Dermatologist, and I cornered one. So we ended up taking Mom to a dermatologist because she had some questionable moles. And, and then he was like, do you have any other questions? And I'm like, yeah, I have one. What's up with this on my mother? And he's like, oh, it's just sun. I'm like, no, my dude, no. Do not say it's just sun. Look at mine. I don't want to look like that. So what do I need to do? Since we share genetics, I don't want to go there. Can you tell me? We paid for you already. My mom paid up front. And he was like, all right, do you really want to know? And I'm like, And my mom's like, yeah, I want to know what I did wrong. Yes, tell me now. And he's like, perfume. People spray perfume right here, and it gets on your clothes, and it also gets on your chest, and then you go out in the sun, and it literally takes 2.5 minutes. The sun interacts with nice perfumes and colognes, and it makes this incredibly caustic substance that causes skin damage and even skin to mutate, which is why we cut out the most stuff right here on people. Yes, everybody gets sun damage here, but why women get more sun damage or damage here that we have to cut out versus men. So number one, women wear lower necklines. And number two, women spray cologne right here versus men, they'll put it on their hands and then right here. So this is why we tend to have to cut moles and mutations out right here on men and right here, because that's where they touch the perfumes, the colognes, and then they go out in the sun. And that's what's causing it. So I'm like, well, what am I supposed to do? I want to smell pretty. You also smell pretty, doctor. And he was like, thank you. It's like, so what am I supposed to do? How am I supposed to? He's like, just put on your clothes. I'm like, so you literally go do, 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 and then you do this? He's like, that is literally what I did today. He's like, also, you could do a little of this. And I'm like, oh, that's why your shoulder, I could smell you. Like, he's like, yep.
Yeah, you kind of want to put it on where it's going to have the most contact or closest to the skin. So, like, next to your armpit is great. Or, you know, on your sides, truly on your sides, where your shirts tend to actually touch your body for sure constantly. Because then the body heat helps evaporate and, you know, send out the scent.
Yeah. But that's what he said. Don't ever put cologne and perfume on your skin. He's like, what I do after I do this is I will go wash my hands. And he's like, I've actually gotten most of my cologne switched to atomizers. And then I actually just use an atomizer on my clothes. And he's like, I tend to actually put it on my clothes before I put my clothes on so that there's no possibility of it getting on my skin. But that's what dermatologists do in order to avoid cologne and perfume on the skin, because when it interacts with the sun, it causes so much damage to human skin.
Now, ironically, the opposite, don't put sunblock on unless you're going outside. It's bad for your skin if it doesn't see sunlight and get converted.
Yeah, sunscreen that doesn't interact with actual sun at all can cause skin to mutate, which is bad. So only apply sunscreen if you know you will see the sun that day. And like it's within 40 minutes. Only apply it within 40 minutes of actually being exposed to the sun. So it's not really a great idea to use makeup, for instance, that has sunscreen in it, unless after you apply your makeup every day, you're definitely going to go out in the sun for at least 5 to 10 minutes, like unshielded sun. So not within train cars or your car, which often has a UV filter on the windshield. So you want to be sure you're in the unfiltered sunlight after applying any sunscreen or any form of sunscreen for 5 to 10 minutes. They're actually expecting this to be the new medical controversy in about 5 to 10 years, when people start having an elevated rate of unusual cancers. So not melanoma, because sunscreen that doesn't get exposed to sun doesn't cause melanoma. It has a tendency to cause other kinds of skin mutations.
You know, like basal cell.
So what doctors actually are recommending of, if your makeup has sunscreen in it and you are not expecting to go out within 40 minutes for 5 to 10 minutes out in the sun, is just go outside. Just go sit outside for 5 minutes.
Enjoy the outside air.
All the sunscreen will get deactivated and will not cause skin mutations. And just plan to do that if you are going to wear anything that has a sunscreen in it. but you're not expecting to see sun that day. It's just this is the makeup you use or the moisturizer you use or whatever. Is just go outside for 5 or 10 minutes so that it will not cause skin damage to you. So it's just something to keep in mind. I think it's messed up they don't tell people about it.
But yeah, no, like this is something that's coming up.
Just at least go to a window, open the window, in case your window glass has a UV filter on it. Yeah, just go to the window.
Although, speaking of going outside, would this be a good segue?
Forest bathing?
Yes! One of our favorite activities, because there's so much forest around us. So this is another
High Park.
This actually comes out of research from Japan. Of them trying to
understand. Now back this up. I think there was Swedish research.
Yep.
As well, and
as well as from San Francisco.
Yes, so they are testing it in other parts of the world. So, Tom, you like this one. How about you do?
All right. So the nice part, I've noticed actually people get a little odd on me when I explain how it works. So I'll give you a warning ahead of time. But what they've noticed is that if you go and spend at least 30 minutes to an hour in nature, truly surrounded by trees for, a few hundred feet at least, your health will be improved. And they noticed that, people who did this regularly, they saw noted health benefits. And, after having correlation, they try to look for causation. All right. For those who might be sensitive to what's going on with your body, come back in like 3 minutes.
I don't know why to get sensitive, but it's okay.
I don't know why people are sensitive about this. I'm fine with this. But so what's actually going on is trees and plants don't like fungus. There's a reason why trees and plants don't get a fungus unless they're sick, unless they are unhealthy. Fungus normally doesn't actually grow on most, healthy living plants. And what they found is those chemicals they put out to kill fungus is in the air, but you need it in concentration. So when you go to the forest and you breathe in this air with antifungal agents in it, antimicrobial agents that the plants are using to stay healthy, it gets into your lungs and it helps your lungs stay healthy so your immune system is not as taxed. And this is where the real benefit comes from, but why you need being surrounded by a few hundred feet of trees and plants, not just, that little section of trees they put in front of your office park. Doesn't work, but you actually need to go into a forest or at least, a nice park with a lot of trees. Is what those plants are doing actually helps your body have less of a job. It takes some of the burden off of your body to keep your lungs happy. As we've seen with the Great Panini, that, so much stuff comes through and your body has to do a lot to keep those lungs and your, nasal cavities and everything healthy. And that's why we recommend go forest bathing. Go enjoy the outdoors. It literally is healthy and helps your immune system and helps you
do
feel
not
better.
Have to go hiking, though. We came up with a very American version of it.
The most American method, if you've ever been on our Instagram and seen us gone live. That's why we've gone live.
When I got out of the hospital with sepsis, I was definitely not in a position to go hiking. Like, I could barely walk. I was not in great shape. But also I wanted to heal faster, and I miss the woods. We live in the piney woods part of the world. And so we go driving through woods with the windows down. I'll roll my sleeves up to expose all my skin so that,
get some vitamin D while you're there.
And we go driving through the woods, particularly in either the early morning or the late afternoon, but that's when trees respirate the most. So that is when they actually take their exhales. And so they're putting out the most of these antimicrobial enzymes in that in like afternoon, early evening, around a little bit before sunset. And you'll notice it if you've ever walked in the woods and you've noticed early in the morning and late in the afternoon, it feels more humid, but it's not dewing. It's not a dew point. It's just it feels more humid. That's because that is when trees respirate the most, is in the morning soon after sunrise and in the late afternoon right before sunset. So we'll go drive around with all the windows down and our sleeves rolled up, and we'll just stick our hands out, you know, because often like these roads out in the woods are not busy roads. Yes, we gamed it so that, because I was not in a position to go hiking. My health was not there where I could walk very far without, you know, my heart racing to a point it did not feel good. And so that's what we would do. And honestly, yeah, breathing was easier for several days afterwards. Again, I mentioned I already had asthma. So I would like to recommend to anybody, at least if you do have a vehicle available, is go driving out in the country, particularly in the wooded areas, with the windows down. And just breathe in the air, turn off your AC or have your AC on outside air only. And, you know, it'll help flush out your filter too, your air filter in your car at the very least. But just go breathe that forest air as you drive through on these, you know, not very busy country roads. Carrie says there is a great park system in my area, and I could drive through them when I couldn't get Peanut to nap in her crib. Yeah. It's really good for humans to be around happy trees, doing tree things. But no, you don't have to go hiking, particularly if you have a vehicle. You could just go driving around or biking around if you've got a bicycle. Whatever works for you. So I just wanted to share that about forest bathing is lovely. You do not have to walk to forest bathe. You could just sit in the woods and just sit there for a half hour to an hour and just enjoy it. Particularly if your health maybe is not where, you know, I can't really do the whole walking thing all the time for whatever the reason. Or let's be honest, you've got a baby with you or something, and it's like, this seems like maybe I don't want to walk with a baby where I might stumble or something. Again, you could just sit there, or you could drive through it.
Remember, good, better, best.
Yeah, it's about good, better, best. It's, you know, again, we're talking about self-efficacy. What can you do to aid your health in a way that feels doable to you right now? Things that feel doable now, you may in a year or two go, all right, I'm ready to like advance to the next level. What'll get me a little bit more that I could do? But maybe you won't feel that way. Don't worry about it. It's just, what can you do now? Because there are things most people can do to improve their health in their own little ways. And yeah, you know, a drop of water in a bucket may just seem like a tiny drop of water, but if you have enough drops of water, you can fill a bucket. So it's about baby steps. What can you do now? Each little drop counts in a bucket.
All right. So let's also talk about, you know, speaking of looking younger and everything. So let's talk about collagen.
Mm-hmm.
And so sunlight does break down collagen. That's why the more sun, you know, and like why baby boomers and the lost generation look so much older as they were out in the sun more. And that sun does break down collagen, and not everyone's body is good at making collagen. Ours actually isn't. We actually have to supplement and make sure we have more than enough nutrients.
Yeah, we both have, we're both, like, our whole family has Ehlers-Danlos, which is a collagen production dysfunctional disease. So I think there's 3 major types of collagen, isn't there? Or 3 types of collagen production. Mm-hmm. And different ones of us, our bodies are not great or effective at making different kinds of collagen. Hence why our skin is often different from each other. Because we actually got different kinds of Ehlers-Danlos from both parents. So
this couple was a match by several doctors' accounts.
We should never existed.
We only exist because these 2 people were the only match. genetically for the other one. Otherwise, they would not have procreated with anyone.
They would not have been able to, because there's actually other genetic things that both of them had that they should have never been able to procreate.
Yeah.
Hence why mom was only ever able to get pregnant after she would go through a summer of banana milkshakes. Oh, yeah. Like, so what happened was every couple of years she would crave banana milkshakes. Literally, y'all, there's only 3 ingredients to this. I mean, other than you need a blender. It's ice, overripe bananas, and dairy milk. And you blend till there is absolutely no memory of ice left. So it's just super thick. And she would drink these every single day. And because, after she had me, it was like, no, if whatever mom's eating, you have to eat too. So, these banana milkshakes. At a certain point, it's like, no more banana milkshakes, mommy. But every summer after her banana milkshake craving, where she would buy so many overripe bananas at the grocery store, we have to have more milkshakes, Glory. And then she started freezing them. Anyway, every time she would go through this, guess what? Guess who ended up pregnant that autumn? Every single time. So I'm just saying, I don't know if anybody's dealing with fertility problems, and I have no idea if this would ever help anyone. However, I happen to know 3 different ladies who I've told this nutty story to who were dealing with infertility and were desperate enough to try it and told me later. So you told me this story and I didn't want to say anything, but I started buying all the bananas, waiting till they got overripe and drinking this every single day for 4 months. And then I got pregnant. So then I kept drinking them. And that's all I had through my whole pregnancy, every single day. And then I had a baby. And I'm like, what is this? Like the world's most weird secret infertility trick? I have no idea. Again, I am not advocating anybody do this. And I've told gynecologists that specialize in infertility this story. And everyone's like, I don't even know how that would work. That's not a thing. They all get mad like that. They actually sound like, that's not a thing. And I'm like, I don't know. I'm just saying.
So it turns out, at least for Ehlers-Danlos, there is this thing with potassium and body health and estrogen production that, the banana, there is a reason for people with particular disorders. And up until about 5-10 years ago, they thought very few people had any type of connective tissue problems. Now that they can do more genetic testing, they're finding it's a much, much higher percentage. It's just, it only expresses when they're stressed, like say a pregnancy.
Which would be why they have infertility problems, like hard time staying pregnant or getting pregnant, like especially if they're stressed, which a lot of people don't even realize how stressed they are because this has been their normal for like years or most of their life. And it's like, no, you really stress compared to how humans lived even 1,000 years ago. So as I said, if you know, look, I'm not saying I think this works. I've just been told by several people. So you told me this weird story about your trauma, about your mother and banana milkshakes. Yeah, I really don't like bananas. Like especially overripe bananas. Like Tom's seen me. I very much get flashbacks. Like, no, what are you doing with that overripe bananas, Tom? You like.
The only way I can save it is if I turn it into a banana fritter with cardamom. She's like, okay, I can deal with this.
But it's I'm like, you're not going to make milkshakes, are you? It was so much childhood trauma being forced to drink these every single day for summer. It was the taste of summer for me. Oh.
But yeah, no, there are reasons. It's just.
Now, if you try other fruits with ice and milk, that's really good. Like we've done pineapple, we've done kiwi. Like it's like a milkshake, only you use no ice cream and no added sugars. Or you could just add frozen fruit. You just like whatever you got with ice and milk or whatever your milk alternative is. Coconut milk works really great with it. We've tried it. Some of the rice milks, like I preferred the kind that they add vanilla to, but everybody's their own taste. But we've tried a bunch of different ones and they all have this similar, like sort of like a frosty consistency, but fruit flavored. And why, yes, a frosty was invented and Dave Thomas said this, ice, hot cocoa mix, and milk. And he blended it and called it chocolate milkshakes. And the kids loved it. And that was the start of Wendy's Frosties. For realsy, I am not exaggerating. I read it in an article that Dave Thomas, an interview he gave like 30 years after the success of Wendy's started. So, and I've tried it myself, and it really does taste like a Frosty. But I think I had to use Swiss Miss to get it to taste exactly like a Frosty.
Yeah.
So if you it's ice and some sort of milk type product, and then you could use hot cocoa mix, or you could use fruit, you could use whatever, and it really does taste like a milkshake. So hey, there, you don't have to like order takeout milkshake because they're always half melted anyway. You just make that if you just get a blender. So use the frappe setting.
The other part about skin and the whole why do teenagers look so old? Well, besides the lack of hydration, and they're literally not drinking enough water to stay hydrated. Blue filters. So it turns out deep infrared light, actually just between infrared and dark red, activates mitochondria. Very blue light ages your skin and breaks down collagen, not just UV. A lot of phones actually now have it built in, but so the blue light not only convinces yourself that you're still outside and the sun's up, so it makes it harder to sleep. If you've seen blue light within 2 hours of when you want to sleep, if you keep the phone near your face, like it illuminates your face, it will age your face. Also, your laptop. Especially looking at you, Apple. Apple is notorious for having a very high color temperature on their screens to make it look brighter. And all that extra blue does is it actually ages your face faster.
It'll also age your eyeballs.
Yes. Your eyeball. They're seeing older teenagers with wrinkled eyeballs in the back of their eyeball, literally.
I am not exaggerating. This is real. There are articles about this. It is very alarming because if you've ever known someone who talked about they have issues with driving at night, but the flare, the light flare from oncoming cars makes it difficult for them to drive safely, that is from wrinkled eyeballs, from the backs of their eyeballs having wrinkles. And yes, there are laser treatments for it. Number one, they cost real money. Number two, there is a certain danger of it making your eyesight worse or even blinding you. And number three, it is a temporary fix. The eyeballs will wrinkle again. It takes time. It's like any kind of laser surgery that you get like to remove a wrinkle, but it'll come back because what was happening is still happening. So you can get wrinkled eyeballs that make it difficult or near to impossible to drive at night. And this is a serious issue because everybody's looking at screens. You're looking at TV screens. You're looking at laptops and computer screens. You're looking at your phone screen and your tablet screens. And all that blue light is, number one, it's upsetting your natural circadian rhythm, and it is aging your eyeballs and your skin prematurely. So that is why teenagers are looking so haggard. Imagine how everyone else is starting to age. Hence also why people, again, go, your skin looks amazing, not to be Buffalo Bill, but da-da-da. Because very early on, there's something about my eyeballs that apparently is not normal for other people. I see violet light and blue light very differently. Like, to me, it's incredibly bright, and I find it hurts me when the blue and the violet is too bright.
Those little purple wildflowers
that grow
on
like
the side of the
in
road,
cities, like on the ground where they're not
those
supposed
wildflowers.
to.
You know, they're little tiny things, like just the end of your finger.
It's like they're pulsating at me. Apparently, that's not normal, and everyone else does not see them that way. It's just me. So, So what I needed to be done many, many years ago was to tone down the blue and purple color on all of my TV and computer screens. So I've been doing it for like, what, 20 something years?
Mm-hmm.
And it turns out I've inadvertently been turning down the blue light on all my devices because of that. Because I mean, like, it'll literally make my eyeballs actually physically hurt. And then I'll start getting a migraine because the blue is so bright to me. Like, I have just, my blue receptors apparently are incredibly strong.
Power.
Yeah, don't forget how large and bright, people's flat screens are now. Maybe turn it down a little, maybe not.
Think about all that blue light you're getting from your flat screens. It's a lot of lumens. And it is aging your skin prematurely. It is aging your eyeballs, and it is giving you wrinkles. It's giving you literal wrinkles. I know it sounds like something out of sci-fi. But yeah, because my eyes are so sensitive to that, we had to tone down all of that, which Tom actively complained about 15 years ago. But guess what?
But it does also help you sleep better.
Yeah.
If you
like,
don't, if it's a warmer color.
Right? So yeah, I needed everything to be warmer in color on my TV sets, on my computers and laptops, on my phones. We've needed to be doing this for we've had to do this on my stuff for 20 years. And even like when I would use a computer at school, at college, because one of my photojournalist classes was actually in a computer lab. Every time I'd sit down, I knew exactly how to adjust the blue light on every Mac there. So that I could stand it, because it resets overnight anyway. So, yeah. But yes, that is also inadvertently one of the secrets to why every nurse, when I was at the hospital nearly dying of sepsis, was like, "There's no way in hell you're 40. You can't be a day over 22." And I'm like, "Ma'am, I did not lie about my age to get in here." Every single nurse, because it was over the Christmas New Year's week that I was there, so I had a different nurse every single shift for a week. And every time they would come back after looking at my account and go, "If you're 40, then I'm 80. And I'm like, do you want me to show you my driver's license? Do you need to see it? One of them was like, "I would like to look at your driver's license, yes." Like, legally, you don't have to show it to me, but if you're willing to show, I want to see it. So I was like, "Okay, grab my purse. Here, let me get my wallet out." And there I'm like, I'm hooked up to an IV on antibiotics. I've got Star Trek Discovery on, because it's on a marathon. And I'm like, "Here you go." And they're like, "It's a real ID." I'm like, "Yeah, it's my real driver's license." Do you think I lied to get in there? Like, they're like, "I don't know, but there's just no way you can be that. You look so young. You look younger than my niece, and she is 17. And I'm like, "You should totally see if your niece is available and tell her to come to my hospital room. I want to see her." And he's like, this nurse, he's like, "I will definitely message her and see if she's available." She came to visit me, y'all. I am like here trying not to die. And she's like, "I heard there's somebody who looked younger than me who's like more than double my age. I had to come." And she's like, "Oh, you do look so good." I'm not trying to humble brag or some shit. But I was like, "Honey, what is going on with your eyes?" She's right. You do look old. And that's why I told her, "Do you know about blue light filter?" She's like, "No, what's that?" I had to tell her, like, "Baby, you got to," because she had an iPhone. I was like, "You got to put that blue light filter on. It is prematurely aging you." That's what I said. See you later, Cherry.
And that is a good piece of advice to remind people of.
Yeah. If you have melanin, you need lotion no matter how healthy. I agree. I personally recommend shea butter. I actually recommend shea butter no matter how much or little melanin you have in your skin. I'm a huge fan.
Especially refined shea butter.
I do prefer ultra refined shea butter personally. Everybody has their own opinions about how refined they like their shea butter, but
it's just the less refined, the more acidic.
Well, also the less refined, the harder the crystallization. So ultra refined is much creamier, so you can actually just take it straight from the jar and rub it into your skin, versus unrefined and only lightly refined tends to be in a hard block, and you'd need to melt it first. So that's all. Is like you need to melt it in the microwave and then let it cool down a little bit before you put it on your skin. But many people do not find that an impediment to, using it. And as I said, like whatever shea butter you can get a hold of, go for it. But I do highly recommend shea butter. I've known several people. Thanks for
Why'd you
calling
come
me
for
out.
us like that, Spence?
Why did you come for me like this? What I will say is, I've known several people who had long-term rashes they could not get to fully clear up despite going to the dermatologist and trying a variety of creams. And my answer was, here is shea butter. Here is ultra refined shea butter. Put it on every night before you go to sleep and then cover it with a sock. Even if it's on your arm. Cover it with a sock or some sort of fabric. Like, so if it's on your body, put some clothes on. And just do that every night and see how it is. And again, it was usually a teenager who had this problem. The problem would clear up usually within 3 to 4 weeks. The rash that wouldn't go away. I have some theories about why shea butter. Shea butter actually, chemistry-wise, shea butter is constructed a little differently than most other oils. It is a nut oil, so be aware that if you have a nut allergy, this cannot apply to you. But shea butter is constructed a little differently, and it is constructed in a very fascinating way that does stimulate healing on the skin. In Africa, shea butter is used as a cooking oil. And remember, what works inside your gut also can work on your skin because it's the same thing. It's all one organ. So I'm just throwing that out there about shea butter. Get your hands on, as I said, I personally prefer ultra refined. I found some very affordable deals on various online websites like Amazon. But if anyone needs help finding a good shea butter to purchase, let me know. I'll be happy to help research with you. But it is an excellent oil. Definitely oil your skin. I know that like people are like, oh, well, white people don't need to. No. Human beings do need to oil their skin. Also, and I will say this, and I will die on this hill, all people, including white people, need to wash their legs in the shower or bath. Just living in the shower does not automatically wash your legs because you need friction down there. Your hand or a washcloth. I know, so controversial. I get it. Give it a try.
Glory, children may watch this.
Once a month, wash your legs, please. Wash your children's legs. Please. At least once in a while, wash your legs with friction.
And speaking of children,
please wash your children.
Please wash your children with water.
There's a really good reason to wash your children. So we've talked about it before, and I'm going to mention it again, and then I promise I'm going to wrap this thing up, and I will go meet you all in our Discord server in the clubhouse. Here it is. Soap residue, such as on baby wipes, can cause allergies in people, including young people like infants. They have actually found where the majority of peanut allergies were coming from. And the answer is baby wipes, where people use baby wipes. Nothing wrong with baby wipes themselves, but then they did not rinse the baby's butt with water. So that soap, because there's a surfactant in the baby wipes to help break up, the poop. There's a surfactant in there, and then they didn't rinse the surfactant off. Good. And so what happened is there's like little microscopic molecules of leftover of, for instance, what they pooped out, and it's on their skin, and that surfactant makes the skin reabsorb it into the pores, like I mentioned, where I broke out. And then the body develops an allergy to that because the skin is part of your immune system.
And it identifies that because it's now with, those E. coli bacteria and stuff. it identifies the soap as well as a bad thing to the immune system.
You mean the peanuts?
And then it identifies the peanuts and stuff as well.
So that is where these allergies are coming from, and that is where some of adult allergies are also coming from. Not necessarily that people are like using baby wipes everywhere, but also when people wash their hands, they do not necessarily apparently rinse the soap off entirely, which has like never occurred to me. But it turns out what they would do is they would ask people to wash their hands and dry them as normal, and then they would just swab their hands and test it for soap residue and also for any proteins. And they found that there was enough soap residue and proteins left to, over a several year period, elicit an allergic reaction in a person. So, again, I cannot stress this enough. Please rinse all the soap off of you. Like, that means after you take a bath, stand up, turn the shower water on, give another rinse. I know it's a lot of trouble, and I love you all. I would rather that you take one less bath a week and do an extra rinse the other times you bathe than to get out of a bathtub and not rinse off the soap residue from bathing. It's actually that important. Soap residue on human skin introduces the allergic reaction in human beings.
And if you want, I can tell several stories of several different allergies they've identified and how they are developed through the skin.
So, if
like
there's
meat allergy,
if for some strange reason you've made it this far, or you just fast forwarded and you're like, what is the one takeaway here, Glory? Here's my one takeaway. Rinse at least one extra time than you think you need to. Ideally, rinse twice.
And drink an extra cup of water.
Every day. But just rinse. Just rinse.
Water's your friend.
So like when I shower and I wash and I condition my hair, and while I'm conditioning my hair, because I let the conditioner sit in my hair, I also then wash my whole body. And then I rinse everything, and this is true. I then turn the hot water down till it's just cool water, not where it's cold. It's just not hot, okay? It's lukewarm, and I do a literal full body in through my scalp, all my hair, all of my body rinse, all the way down to my feet. I do a full rinse again, just in case, to get every last bit of soap residue and even conditioner residue off of my skin. That is so important to avoiding building new allergies, as well as to your skin actually feeling good and clean and not feeling waxy or flaky afterwards, because soap residue will flake on the skin, on some people's skin. So again, if there's one thing I could get you to take away from this whole 4-hour episode, it is rinse twice. Rinse your hands all the time. Rinse your face with water. Water's great. Rinse. It's just that. If you're using soap, then I want you to use extra water.
That is why water is the key to health around the world. The first thing you want to get every human access to is clean water.
Clean water is the key.
That is that's the highest correlation to health in humans, is just clean water.
So drink an extra cup of water whenever you can stand every day, if you can. And if you can't, herbal tea.
I'd say any kind of water.
It's flavored water, okay? Herbal tea, come on.
Look, your kidneys, unless they are impaired, let's be honest, like Glory's, they are having some problems. But most people's kidneys will filter out just fine for water, no problem. Don't worry about over-salting things. Again, your kidneys are fine. Salt has nothing to do with heart problems. Again, another of those things that medicine is having an internal argument about.
Well, it's actually like 1 out of 5 people are sensitive to salt, but it's not specifically cardiac related. It has to do with a full system. Their bodies are overly sensitive to salt. And it's more like they have systemic problems throughout. It's not like specifically cardio or something.
And so ask your doctor, and you can tell pretty quick if you have a problem. Otherwise, your kidneys are really good about maintaining your salt levels because it actually keeps it in a very narrow band.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, don't worry much about salt unless your doctor tells you be careful about salt.
But yeah, like it's just rinse twice, the whole body. Rinse your clothes if you're concerned that you've got residue on it. And try to drink an extra cup of water or herbal tea every day that you can stand. Like you can drink all the things you normally drink that you like to drink, and then one extra cup.
And that is also what our crowd overall, voted for on what makes your skin glow and look its best. 50% said water. 20% went with lotions, and 20% went with soap. And 10% admitted, it's my genetics. Thanks, Mom and Dad.
So that is the one thing I would like you to take away from this is rinse extra. And please wash your children. Please wash your children's legs. Please wash your own legs. Shea butter is great on lips. Well, yes, I make my own lip balm. And I'd be happy to share the recipe with anybody.
And also, what's favorite? 6% favorite way to bathe is water.
Yes.
30% like the Epsom salt or bath bomb. And there's always that 10% weirdo, pools.
So just rinse. Rinse with pure water. Pure water. So if you took an Epsom salt bath, you still need to rinse with pure water.
Dang it.
I know. I get it. If you're like, but I don't have a shower, I only have a bathtub, and I only have a bathtub faucet, I don't have a shower. Haha, the Philippines has solved this problem. It's called a bucket and a ladle. Or a bucket and a big cup.
Or if you're truly like, but I don't have anything, go get a clean washcloth that has not seen any soap or anything, and just keep rinsing it under the running water. And
even that is better than nothing. And also, if you are still here and you haven't already, may I suggest subscribing, clicking the like button, show it a little attention. If you have subscribed, have you rung the bell, that magical bell that says, oh, look, the awkward siblings are up to it again. Laura, did you have anything left to get off your chest that you haven't already discussed?
I was just confused about washing meat.
Okay, washing meat, thank you. So it is a thing that I don't know that this was ever actually recommended by a governmental organization.
No.
But for some reason, people...
Oh, I know where it came from.
Some people.
That whole washing fruits. And they're like, oh, I need to wash everything.
Yeah, like my meat. I will say this about, I have received a few cuts of meat that I've bought at the grocery store where it definitely didn't look like they cleaned the blade, like the saw blade between carcasses. And there was like, what is this like line along the cut line? There's like schmutz. I don't know the other word. It's called schmutz. And it's like fat and bone. And I thought, well, maybe that's where this whole washing your meat came from. I really don't know. However, it has now been studied since so many people like literally are putting it in recipes recommending you wash your meat first. So the USDA is like, well, we can do studies and has found that there is no benefit to washing meat. There is, however, added danger of potentially spreading germs from splashback in your kitchen from washing meat. Whether we're talking chicken, we're talking beef, pork, any meat whatsoever, fish. I've seen people washing every meat known to man. And then sometimes they pat it dry and sometimes they don't and immediately start breading things. And there are problems with all of this. So, again, it's not good. So, we do not recommend washing meat, and we don't know why it's still going on, but we keep seeing it on TikTok. Now,
I just saw washing Kit Kats on TikTok.
What?
They didn't want that much chocolate, so they rinsed the chocolate off of the Kit Kat and ate it.
Do they not know they can buy wafer cookies without chocolate on it? You know what I'm talking about? The
Yeah.
wafer?
Yeah.
Like, you can just buy that. Why
I think what TikTok is really showing is that there is a lot more neurodivergent people in this world than science and public health has ever considered. Because they're good people, you know, people are really good at masking. And then you get on TikTok and you're like, why mask? I want to show me.
Okay, Spence is going to put it in the Discord. Cool, because Laura put her link in the Discord as well, so thank you both. So, but like I even saw a recent YouTube video from Six Sisters stuff or whatever that YouTube went, and she was washing a whole carcass of chicken and then saying to pat it dry, and I'm like, why are you washing it? Why? It is not necessary. And then she was like, but you got to pat it dry or the skin won't be crispy. And I'm like, why are you washing it then? In the first place, you just made it wetter. And then she really didn't pat it dry. I watched her. And I'm like, lady, you do not know how to pat things dry. And she's got like several kids and she don't know how to pat dry yet. She got a ton of children. And soap and water, yes, they do definitely recommend. Please don't bleach your chicken.
There's just so much not right there.
Yes. Also, please don't bleach your chicken. All chicken has been bleached before you get it. And that is actually true. I'm not thrilled about that part. Unless you're buying locally, yeah, most people's chicken has in fact been bleached. And that's why it doesn't really have much flavor anymore. Versus chicken back in the day that some of us remember had a lot more chickeny flavor. There is a reason. Yeah, brining, but brining I would not call washing. It's definitely soaking. But
some people also do rinse it off afterwards, you know, to make, because if it's a strong brine, it can be overpowering on the outside. So it's like, yeah.
But do understand that you are running a risk of splashback. Again, that you could be spreading salmonella, listeria, or E. coli into your sink. And so after you have had meat under water in a sink, even rinsing water, you need to wash your sink with a cleanser to help deal with potential bacterial contamination. So there are companies, commercial, like fast food places where they do rinse their meat. And what I can say about that, because that's where some of the whole washing meat is coming from, is they are receiving different treated meat products than what is available to commercial, like for humans, for household use is what I mean. There are different regulations about what can be sold to business versus what can be sold from business to end consumer for household use. And so there is some of that because, yes, in meat processing plants, the meat does tend to go through a washing system where, you know, there's just water coming down and it's washed as it goes on a conveyor belt. And that is why, again, it is not necessary to wash any of your meat that you buy in a place intended for household use. If you would need to wash meat, it will say so on the label. If you are in some unusual situation where a warehouse normally sells B2B, business to business, and has like, so for instance, our refrigeration unit is broken. Please, villagers, come and take all our chicken or pork away.
Pillage and plunder.
Or just have it. Yeah. We have, because like there's actually a bunch of chicken plants in the area here. This has happened a couple times after hurricanes and stuff. And they have like literally just put out notices on the radio, on TV, and person to person, like when workers will then message all of their friends and everything of, hey, every person who shows up at the chicken plant for the next 4 hours gets a minimum of 10 pounds of chicken for free. Just so you know. You know, like, so, and when you do, they'll tell you if you need to, like, do anything further to that chicken. What actually ended up happening, because they're like, normally we do rinse off the excess guts on it because like it had just been through the processor, but it hadn't been rinsed yet. Y'all, they set up a hose and they set up a hand crank conveyor belt. This is after a hurricane, so nobody had electricity. They set up a hand crank conveyor belt, and you just put your 10-pound plot of chicken on there. And then you wait on the other end with the box that they have given you to take your chicken away. It's lined so it won't leak.
With a plastic.
Yeah, with the plastic bag inside. And then you just wait and you catch it like it's a game show. As somebody's hand cranking everybody's chicken across the conveyor belt. And somebody's holding a hose onto the top where it would normally be pumped anyway. And it rinsed everybody's chicken and it plopped right into your box. And that was everybody's meat was rinsed then. And it was just to get off the guts, you know. It wasn't for what we would call sanitation purposes. But yeah, the heat of cooking your meat will take care of any concerns such as this. Also, I am not a fan of tartare. A lot of people don't seem to understand tartare means not cooked. I'm not really a fan of tartare. It's definitely not kosher. So and I've known of people who've ordered tartare at restaurants and then requested that it be cooked. For reals, I have stories about this. But anywho, just something to be aware of if it is not necessary to normally rinse meat. And when commercial entities do rinse meat, it is just because people don't like there being bits of liver on the cut end of their chicken or something. That's all. Or their fish. They don't want to see little bits of their, like, is that blood? Like, it's, you know, this was a living animal at one point, and it is as it is. So people want their meat to look as little, that it was never attached to a living being that had organs and blood. So that's what they're rinsing off. It is for aesthetic reasons most of the time. It's not necessary to rinse. So which part?
Probably the cooked tartare.
Oh, yeah. Why would you send it back to be cooked? Yeah, I like mine medium rare. Like, lady, that's a steak. Anyway, it's actually a cube steak or a ground meat steak. Whatever. But anyway, yes. People are still washing their meat, and from a health perspective, I'm telling you, it is not necessary. It actually puts your kitchen at increased danger of cross-contamination.
Mm-hmm.
And what I've learned teaching people of how contamination works is people have no concept of how contamination works. And I will call out my brother on this one.
Every child has that moment, and chicken nuggets are never the same.
What was it that most children think chicken nuggets and bacon grow from the ground, and that French fries is from an animal?
Yep.
So there actually is a real product that you can purchase that mimics what it is, how contamination works. And you put it on your hands, and you follow the directions. You put it on your hands. It's invisible, and then you go about your normal day. And then at some point, ideally, you would wash your hands, and then you use the black light to then see everywhere it is, to see how cross-contamination works. Or you can put it on your hands, and then you wash your hands and dry your hands, and then you touch things as you normally do, and at the end of the day, again, use your light. I used to be a science teacher, and this was super duper fun to explain to children how cross-contamination works. And yes, they all wash their hands so much better after that. Because almost everybody struggles to clean their fingers really well right around the nail bed.
Glow germ.
Huh?
Called glow germ.
Thank you. So it is a wonderful way to teach how cross-contamination works, because you think you've washed your hands clean, and then you see all the places there's a little bit of this there. However, long before this product was available, and also even when it was available, it was way too expensive for me to order, because Mississippi teachers get like no money for their classroom projects. So I gotta be honest, what I did was I used chocolate syrup, and I would paint Hershey syrup with a brush onto my kids' hands, my students' hands, and make them stand there for 3 minutes. And it's not fully dry. It's sticky, it's tacky, but it's not fully dry. Then I blindfold them and make them wash their hands the way they they normally do, so they can't see it. And then they come back, and I unblindfold them, and they're not allowed to go to the bathroom to wash their hands again. And we have to go about a regular day. And at the end of the day, we check where everything is sticky. And all the kids find out how much cross-contamination is on the doorknobs, on all their pencils, on everything, on their desk, on their clothes. Everybody starts sniffing each other for the smell of chocolate. They think it's hilarious. They love it. They also end up licking a lot of things. So that means at the end of the school day, I hand out Clorox wipes to everybody. And then we go wash our hands again to get the Clorox wipes and whatever remaining chocolate syrup is on everybody's hands. They wash it off before the bell rings. But Glory, the lighter colored children could very easily see what's chocolate syrup. Okay, so I noticed that the first time we tried these experiments. The next time, it was chocolate syrup for the darker hands, and it was simple syrup for the lighter hands that I scented with strawberry extract. Or was it mint? Maybe it was mint. It might have been mint. And they were like, oh, but mint is an old lady smell. So the next time I did strawberry. It was whatever I had, I think, because I ran out of mint. So I did that for the lighter colored kids' hands. And then again, they were all sniffing for peppermint and chocolate going. And one kid, this is my third graders. One kid stands up and goes, I don't know what's wrong with y'all, but I'm smelling chocolate and peppermint everywhere. None of y'all is clean. They're so cute. I love my third grade babies. None of y'all is clean. And I'm like, let me smell your hands, Mr. Talking about everybody else. The truth is, I did not smell chocolate or peppermint on his hands. So I'm like, that's fair. I don't really smell anything, and I've got a pretty strong sniffer. So he's like, I tried really hard. When you blindfolded me, I knew I had better try really hard. So I washed my hands really well, and I'm like, and it shows. I'm just telling you what the kids said. I didn't have violet flavored anything but
I've only had violet flavored chocolates, and that was once in England.
But that
was enough for a lifetime.
Yeah, it's kind of a wild flavor, isn't it?
All right, is that about it?
So that is what I did, but like you can do that at home, including with simple syrup and like peppermint or any flavoring, and try that where you let your hands dry for about 3 minutes. Then close your eyes while you wash your hands, and then go about your day. And at the end of your day, start sniffing around and feeling around for what feels sticky or crusty, or what smells like whatever scent you used, and see if you notice, like, the microwave oven always has a fingerprint on it. Check your bathroom, the faucets, the plunger, whatever the knob to flush your toilet. You will be surprised where you can see a bit, even though you washed your hands. So I'm just saying, it's something to think about of being careful about cross-contamination in the kitchen. It is harder than a lot of people realize.
Yeah.
Because it's not like Tom's like a dirty person or something. He just really didn't understand about how touching things will leave its very tiny mark, versus I apparently have some sort of special ability to see dirt on surfaces. Maybe it has to do with that blue-purple thing. Mr. Spence got me an essential oil smell good machine for Christmas, and it had violet one, and I smelled the violets one and immediately burst into tears because it smelled like her. Aww. I'm sorry. But yes, all right, there. Now I am done. Laura, was that all you have? Okay. Tom, did you have any last minute?
No, this is already almost 4.5 hours.
Okay. Okay.
As I said, we may need to do a part 2 later.
Okay. So all I wanted to mention was next Monday, we are going to talk about diagnosing, fixing, and maintaining your stuff and when to call a professional. Guess what? You can fix a lot of stuff, and we will talk about that. And then we will talk about what we do not recommend that you fix yourself, even if there is a YouTube video on. And then, so how to know when to call a professional and how to know when you found a good professional versus a not very good professional. And that's what we're going to talk about next week.
Awesome.
Thank you all for being here and putting up with us. We hope you've had a good time.
And maybe learned a few things.
Bye-bye, everybody.